reopened our mission here in Nairobi in 2008. We were renting both the chancery and then the residence.
Even though we had this place,
we had, but it was not usable.
We had run it down.
Yes, it had run down.
Okay, we abandoned it.
It had run down.
We ran it down.
So I mean, that was the state. It was not habitable, and I think since the 2008 when we reopened, the previous High Commissioner, my predecessors, I could see on the file, they've made all efforts to be able to rehabilitate it so that we could use it. We tried, I think, since 2008, and so we were fortunate that during this period, with the support of the Ministerial now Honorable Minister, Honorable Shelley Reconvened, supported the mission, and we were able to. The ministry was able to raise the necessary funds for us to rehabilitate.
So when was this place reopened?
2008, as I said.
2008.
Yes.
Oh, right. That's interesting. Anyway, I love it. I'm sure that after this we can have a tour of it. I love the compound. I love the landscaping.
We'll gladly do that for you.
I particularly love the trees and the greenery over here. It must be a haven.
Well, it's a haven. I grew up in a village with trees. I'm used to being in the forest and being in the with trees around me. So I think that's a good thing. But generally, you see Nairobi, I'm sure you've traveled around the city, and you see that they have the green Yoruba. Not too far away from here, they have what they call the Karura Forest. It's a huge forest, actually.
And this is in the heart of town.
Yes.
It's a forest in the heart of town.
Just like maybe we would have had with the Achimota Forest, like the heart of the city. And it's a big forest, big. And a lot of people go there for their walks, for jogging and all manner of things.
Anyway, so who is His Excellency Damte Bediako Asare?
Oh boy, thank you very much. So the name is Damte Bediako Asare. I was born at Nkoko, in the Kwaru area.
Right.
But I grew up in the front place at Donkokro.
Right.
Where I schooled up to, I finished O-level there. Of course, that was the highest institution in the whole of Afran Plains, so Donkokro Madrid Secondary School.
Okay.
I finished in 1987, and then I went to New Jabe Secondary School for my sixth form education.
Jasco. Right.
Yeah, and so I finished in 1989. After, those days you used to do a national service after sixth form before you proceed to the university, and then after university you do another national service. Yes, that's how it used to be.
Really?
After sixth form, I did my national service in the front place there, and then continued to the University of Ghana, and then finished in 1994.
94. Who are some of your classmates in New Jabe?
New Jabe, I have Samuel Okran, who is he's one of the big guys at this insurance company owned by, I think, is it Dufo?
Okay, SIC?
No.
Star Assurance.
Right, I think it's I don't know whether it's the managing director or something.
Okay.
It's one of the biggest guys there.
I see.
And Ebenezer Chum Asante, who was one time, I think, the vice president of MTN Ghana.
Oh,
yes. Right. Yeah. So, and I have a few of them who are now, I have Mr. Dr. Maxwell Fusuhina. He's now an associate professor in Canada.
Wow.
Yes.
But what did you study in Legon?
What did I study?
Yes.
So I studied linguistics and then philosophy.
Oh, yeah? So you did classics, philosophy and classics.
And then Russian language.
You did Russian as well?
Yes.
So I'm guessing you dropped Russian because you didn't mention it.
I didn't drop it. I think I rather dropped the linguistics along the line and did Russian and then philosophy.
So you combined Russian philosophy?
Yes, because I wanted to learn how to think.
Wow. Was diplomacy part of your trajectory as far back as then?
Well, as far, when you're finishing school, I think it's a bit difficult sometimes. Those days when you were looking for jobs, all that comes to your mind is, so when we were given the subject like that, I was an accounting student doing accounting, economics, and French at the O-level.
Okay.
But the University of Ghana admission system.
They just destroy your dreams for you.
They just destroy your dream for you. But on hindsight, sometimes this is the complaints that we have.
Yeah.
But I think an advice that was given by a friend when I told him that I wanted to leave the university because of the course that I was given. He said, no, the first degree, you can do anything.
Matter,
but what happens afterwards is the most important thing.
Right.
So I got encouraged and pursued this course and finished in 1994. I remember because of the language, and we said a year abroad. Okay. So
went to law school.
Yes. And I used to see the Ghanaian diplomats, how they used to interact with the students.
Okay.
So I got the impression that, okay, this is a good life. Could not be, it's not a good life, but this was a profession that was worth pursuing.
Right.
Yeah. So sometimes, oral exams, they ask you, what do you want to become? You said diplomats, but you didn't know how you were even going to become a diplomat in the first place. Yeah.
Okay. So you nursed that desire to take the diplomacy career path in Russia?
Well, I think it was just a thought.
Okay.
I mean,
you were inspired. You got that inspiration from Russia.
I came closer to watching, observing how Ghanaian or how diplomats generally, behave and conduct themselves.
Right.
Yeah. So the profession seemed to have excited me.
I see. When was the last time you came back to Ghana?
No, I come often, but sometimes it's mixed with official trips. I think the last time was in April when President Ruto, visited Ghana. I had to be in Accra.
That's
so
correct.
That was the last time.
That's correct. Take me back to Ghana, growing up in Donkokrom, being born in Nkoko, growing up in Donkokrom. Donkokrom is a very huge farming community with a lot of water bodies. It's been said, Afam Plains generally has been said to be one of the bread baskets of Ghana that could feed the rest of us.
Yeah.
And all of that. How was childhood like?
Well, I hope I remember a few things, but then as I said, you're right in saying that Donkokrom was a farming community, and my parents were farmers. My father was a goldsmith, still operating at Nkoko, but then he has his farmlands also at Donkokrom.
Right.
He had a cocoa farm, he had forests for cultivation of crops and all that. My mom was a petty trader and also a subsistence farmer, of course, supporting my father in his cocoa farm and all that. So we grew up generally also helping our parents working in the farms. Yeah. And I took the farming to a point where at some point in my life where I had to fend for myself in my education.
Right.
I was a farmer myself.
Hey, do you have the cocoa fruit?
Yeah, well, not cocoa farm because, we could not. Cocoa farm, the gestation period, that's quite too long.
Yeah.
So I used to, you needed, crops like the maize that you could harvest and make your money. Okay. And then you are off to school.
So you had to farm at some point to fund your education?
Throughout, from secondary school, from 1 to university.
Wow. I see. So that experience, interesting. And then you came to Legon, studied Russia, classics, philosophy.
I didn't do classics.
No, philosophy.
Yes.
At the time, it was just philosophy.
It was philosophy, Russian, and then linguistics. Linguistics, I dropped it.
Right.
Yeah.
Why did you drop linguistics?
Well, I think it was a question of not getting what I wanted to do.
Okay. What did you want, by the way?
At the time I wanted to do administration. I think I missed it by one because of the French.
Yeah.
So I don't think I forgive myself.
Language
so
took you away. And then you went into another language.
Yeah, the language, that was also a course, surprising, I was running away from. I felt that the language was difficult. I was very good at the writing, like the French.
Right.
It's very good. But then when it came to the spoken, so I said, why do I wanted to go through that hassle of speaking the language and all that? And then at the A level, we had some challenges with the French. Because I recall that literature, for instance, we needed to use 2 books. We had only 1 book for the whole class. And that one, I even got it through a friend, like Panoa, who was at Mount Mary. And then they went on a study abroad at, in Abidjan.
Okay.
So I told him that we needed these books. He said, okay, I can buy one. So he bought one. And that was what the class was using.
The entire class?
The entire class was using. So that was quite challenging.
That's wild.
But apart from that, so I wanted to run away from the language. And then I got, even at A level, I wanted to do geography instead of French.
Okay.
So I wanted to do accounting, economics, geography.
Right.
Not knowing that the years passed, the school had a policy that whoever came there to the sixth form with a grade of 3 and above will be asked to do French. And I had 3
oh, dear.
in French at the O level.
Oh.
So to them, I was good.
You're a good student.
But I know my own challenge in terms of just the spoken.
Yeah.
As for the written, I didn't have a problem.
Right.
But the spoken was a challenge. So an accounting student and economics. Accounting economics were one of my best subjects, actually. And then all of a sudden, we moved to go and do linguistics, philosophy, and Russian.
Yeah.
When I saw the I went to the University of Ghana, and I said, my goodness, I think I'm finished. You know, but then with encouragement, I had a few older friends on campus whose advice I consulted, and they were able to advise me, and I think it did help.
So when did the journey to becoming a diplomat really start?
I would say after national service, and this is what I used to do. I actually learned how to type when I was doing my national service after university.
Okay.
I did it at the non-formal education.
Something.
Yeah, non-formal education.
Was this on campus?
No,
Okay.
at Efijasi in the Ashanti region.
Right.
So whilst there, during the break period, I asked the secretary in the office to teach me how to type. And the reason why I did that was I wanted to type my own applications.
You didn't want someone seeing your...
No.
Okay.
It was that, who are you going to get to type the thing for you? So if I could learn how to do that myself,
why not?
So she taught me. I don't think I recall her name, but then I learned how to type.
Right.
So I started typing midway in my national service.
Okay.
To any place, any department, in ministry that I felt given the opportunity I could work.
Do well, right.
And then when I finished, just around I think September, when we had just finished the national service, and I got a letter.
Okay.
Yeah, I had gone to campus to visit a friend when my landlord in the Fijasi drove to, because he knew the friend, so drove to Kumasi to hand over the letter from the Minister of Foreign Affairs to me.
Are you serious?
I'm very serious.
Wow. What's his name?
Mr. Is it Asante?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I intend to pass by one day, anytime I happen to be near Kumasi, to drive to Efijasi to go and see him. He was one of a kind person. Wow. And during my national service, when I got the accommodation, I told him that, please, sir, we are paid on quarterly basis.
Quarterly?
Oh, yes. At the time, it was not monthly. Wow. So within a quarter, then you get your allowance.
And how much was that?
I can't remember.
Okay.
I think it was something that you may not be able to compute. So I told him.
Yeah.
So the man just said, okay, that's fine. He's such a kind person.
Wow.
To the extent that there were times, okay, within the quarter, when I receive my allowance, then I'll go and also pay 3 months, And then he'll take the money, look at it, take part and give the rest to me. Take it. So he took me like a son. Right. Yeah. And so he was the one that actually brought a letter to me in Kumasi. I had gone to visit a friend at Tech, so he brought it there. And I took it. And I remember very well looking at it in Foreign Affairs, because he had children of his own who were outside, some in Germany and the United Kingdom. So when I mentioned, then he was once working with the Ghana Cocoa Board. Right. So he was an experienced civil servant. Okay. And he said, no, Foreign Affairs can be good. So proceed.
What, you had doubts about that?
Doubts about it. So you don't know much about the ministry. Right. So, and it's not like you have an uncle, you have somebody that you could, how do you call it?
And in all this, I see an absence of career counseling and guidance. It's always after the fact.
Yeah, maybe it was on campus, but we didn't see its relevance until we left.
I know.
Yeah, there are a lot of facilities sometimes that are available.
That's true.
But
students don't take advantage of.
But we don't take advantage, from such things. So I don't think I ever got closer to the guidance and counseling, office to seek advice or anything about the career, development or anything of the sort. So that's how it started. So the ministry had received my application and requested me to fill the PSC form, for all those who wanted to, enter the civil service. So I did. I filled the form, but I didn't go to Accra. I mailed the form to Accra.
Okay.
Yeah. And
then that you didn't have the means to go to Accra, or mails were
they were efficient.
Okay.
But I also didn't see the need, because if I posted my letter and they received it and they had responded, then it will give me the confidence in the system that they will react to or maybe respond appropriately to this.
But you didn't need to know anyone though.
Oh, I didn't know. If I had one, maybe I would have been okay, but I didn't know anybody to begin with. So I don't blame people who knew people to consult. I didn't have. So yeah. So I did. I filled the form, sent it. But in the interim, I've always believed that you don't need to stay idle. So the intervening period between the time that I finished the national service and then waiting to see where I'll have a job offer, I went to teach, at the Achinsua Secondary School. I was teaching English, teaching everything that was given to me.
Including French?
No, French, no. I didn't want to go and deceive anybody. If you came to teaching them in Oras, I'll be found wanting, so I didn't want to, catch that.
Right.
So whilst teaching one day, and the school post boy usually came around distributing the school letters. I got one, and I saw that the stamp of the Minister of Foreign Affairs was at the back, and I had been invited for interview. So then around that time, I lost my dad.
Oh no.
Yeah, I lost my dad. It was quite painful. I hadn't had opportunity to live with my dad in a long while during the period that I was schooling. So to have lost him when I had finished university and now looking for a job, it was tough.
How old were you at the time?
I'm an old man anyway. So 66 and my father died. So I think it was about 30, just about 30.
Okay.
And I lost my dad. So I actually joined the ministry just around
that time.
Yeah. So when I was preparing for the interview, then we had my father's funeral. So we had the funeral, and then I proceeded to Accra. Just around that time, I think I remember they changed the interview date to December of 1996.
Right.
So I went to Accra, went for the interview, and then I left back to my school to teach my students. And I made a lot of friends from the students. Now some of them are CID officers, police officers, some are immigration officers, some are the World Bank of Ghana.
You want to say hello to some of them mentioned there?
Oh yes, I think
they will love it.
Yeah. I think I hope I remember their names. Akosa.
Okay,
Akosa was one of my favorite students.
Okay.
These were boys who were from that small village. And I think recently I met one of them who is an immigration officer.
Okay.
And he was telling me that, sir, you were not really teaching us, but you were giving us hope for life.
Wow.
Because I took them like my younger brothers.
Right.
And seeing the environment in a small village, I changed to a small village. And then I felt that I also owe them the responsibility of offering them some guidance and hope in life.
Right.
That they should look beyond that small village setting, Achinsua, and rather aspire for something much greater. And I think it helped, because then some of them now took their studies very seriously, knowing that they could go beyond where they found themselves in that environment. And then so that was it. I've gone for the interview, back to my Achinsua, enjoying the company of the young guys.
So those days, if you were a teacher, you're a big man. Others will bring you food.
It's good to teach.
You're respected.
It's good to teach in the village. And then these boys who befriended them or go to their homes, and I think it was I felt that I owe them something, by giving them some advice, some guidance that they need for them to be very serious with their studies and all that. And I'm just impressed that I saw one who is in the police. I've seen two already who are in the immigration. One is a business guy, and then this gentleman who is at the Bank of Ghana.
Amazing.
Yes. And he even has a PhD. He's a PhD holder now.
Wow.
You know, and I think that I have had my own experience about teachers. So I have enormous respect for teachers in my life.
Right.
Generally have enormous respect
for
teachers.
Don't we all love our teachers?
Well, I don't know about you. I'm talking about mine.
we owe them so much.
So much.
Wonderful. We are hanging out with His Excellency Asare, and we'll take a very quick break. This is Beyond Borders on Channel 1 Television. My name is Caleb Kuta. When we are back from this break, we'll delve into his journey at the ministry where he started his national service and how that journey has blossomed into his career as a diplomat. Stay with us. Welcome back. This is Beyond Borders on Channel 1 Television. My name is Caleb Kuta. We are hanging out with His Excellency Asare, Ghana's High Commissioner to Kenya. He's been telling us his life journey so far. We've gotten to the point where he's been posted to the ministry as a national service person. So what happened thereafter? Let's find out. Your Excellency, so at this point you were 30 and you went to the ministry with a lot of hope or anxiety. What was the feeling like?
Well, let me just say something. I think because I want to acknowledge.
Right.
I did tell you about. I'll mention 3 teachers.
Okay.
One of them was my French teacher, Mr. Mensah, at secondary school.
Okay. Who jobbing?
No, Donkokro Margaret Secondary School.
Okay.
He was my French teacher, and they're the village level, so I was a good student. And he didn't understand why my father should be at Nkoko and then I should be studying in the village.
Oh.
Unknown to me, Mr. Mensah traveled to Nkoko himself, went to look for my father, and had a conversation with him, asking him why he has left me in the village to study when there are good schools in the Kwaru region.
Wow.
So, it's something he didn't tell me until he came back and then told me that I went to Nkoko and this is what I want to discuss with your dad.
Wow.
It didn't happen in terms of changing the school, so I continued. The second teacher is Mr. Redu, who was my Greek teacher, also at Donkokro Margaret Secondary School, who told me something very significant in my life. I thought one vacation we met on the streets at Donkokro. And then he asked me how I was doing, and I said, I'm fine. And then he said, he's watched me over the period in school, and he felt that he should advise me. And the advice was that he knew the family background, had a lot of siblings and nieces and all that. And that there was the tendency for me to be asked by the family to say that even after your O-level, try and become a people teacher so that you can support the other members of the family.
Right.
And he warned me against that if I attempted, that could be the last time. Well, your progress will be hampered.
Okay.
and that I should behave like my sister did not exist.
Right.
Because I was not in a position at that time to be able to help them. But if I should pursue my education to some point, one day, maybe even your signature could assist somebody in the family.
Wow. So there's that tendency where families overburden, they are young.
The third teacher, just before I got to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Belson, I had you know what we call COMSO. I mean, when you want to get scholarship to study abroad, and the University of Ghana BAM Library had a huge book like that. And so anytime I went to library to study, whenever I was tired, I'll come down to the lobby, and then I would be going through this, wanting scholarship to go and study abroad. COMSO. So I was able to get the scholarship to study at the Leeds University in the United Kingdom. Chevening scholarship. Not the one that is given to the government, but through my COMSO. Because the university, as part of their application process, sent all the Commonwealth-related scholarships that were available, including those that were managed by the universities itself. So I got that. Now Foreign Affairs came. I had gone for the interview.
Oh my word.
I'll tell you how I passed. I had gone for the interview and I've passed. But I look at the salary of that was indicated in the letter of appointment. And I saw my pay slip as a teacher in Achirisua, and that was better than the one in the Foreign Ministry. And I said, why should I leave teaching and go to Foreign Affairs? So now the teaching was there. Foreign Affairs has come. I'm almost through to finalizing my scholarship to go and study at the Leeds University. In my state of confusion,
it's a dilemma.
I drove to the University of Ghana to look for Dr. Belson. And I spoke with him. As I said, this is what I have. And he was the one that told me, go to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
You don't mean it. Who's Dr. Belson?
Dr. Belson, we used to call him Abodwe. I hope he will forgive me. Because he's a bearded, nicely trimmed beard. But, yes.
Was it heavy?
Yeah, sorry?
Was it heavy?
No, it wasn't heavy.
Heavy about yourself.
Oh, yes, very, nicely trimmed, very dark. It was beautiful, actually. But we used to call him Abodwe because of the Abodwe said,
students.
Yeah, so he was the one that actually helped shape my destiny in terms of joining the Foreign Ministry. So that's what
reasons did he give you to go to choose ministry?
Well, he said that you're going to do your master's in I think it was international relations. And he said that you're going to come back and still be looking for a job. Now you have a job. And then he told me that training in international relations or international affairs was part of the training, portfolio of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So essentially, I could kill two birds with a stone. By joining the ministry
instead of regular training.
Yes. I had regular training. So that's what happened. And then finally, so now I sent my acceptance letter to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Wow. And then at the ministry, what happened?
And then I joined the ministry. Sometimes certain things happen to you in life, and it tells you the handiwork of God in your life. There are things you can't explain. You join the ministry, and it will take sometimes maybe 3 or 4 to 6 years before you are posted out, for the first time. I spent 1.5 years and I was posted out.
It must have been,
throughout my life generally, I have always believed that you do your bit. It is not in all circumstances that you can determine the outcome. So if I'm studying, I study very well. I can determine the results. Because there are certain interesting things that has ever happened in my life. O-level, I finished O-level. But economics was one of my favorite subjects. And I could say at that level I was good at economics. I was. And we finished O-level. When I joined the Foreign Ministry, an area called in Accra, I think Lankwantanan Presby Church. So I went the first day, the church service, and then the usual introduction that we do in the church.
First timers,
you get up, introduce yourself. So I introduced myself, mentioned my name, and I told them I was working at the foreign ministry, and that was the end. But when we closed from church, an elderly man in the church approached me and he asked, "What did you say your name is?" So I mentioned my name again, Damtibidi Akwansari. Then the man asked, "Which school did you attend?" O level. And I said, "Don't go Kroma Grace." Sometimes we say, "Don't go Kroma Grace Secondary School." Because people are coming from Kwabeche, this and that, then don't go Kroma Grace Secondary School. Then I asked, "Where is it?" So I mentioned it, and then the man went further. "Did you do economics?" And I said, "Yes." Then the most surprising part, "Did you get one?"
Wow.
I paused. And I said, "Yes."
Wondering what's going to be next.
And he told me a story that it's heartening and gladdening to your life, your heart, that even coming from the hinterland, you could still make an impact somewhere.
Right.
So this man was a teacher,
okay,
an examiner, and a marker.
Oh.
So he said, so he even, the other question that he even asked, "Were you two people that had one in economics?"
Hey.
Then I actually,
what is going on here?
And actually look at the man. I said, "Come on, where is this man coming from?"
Yeah.
Then he said, "When my paper and that of my other friend, Guy Panoa, who was also a friend,
okay,
were marked, and they looked at the marks for our economic papers, and they looked at the schools where we were coming from.
Yeah.
They couldn't
believe it.
That students from that school could get those marks."
Wow.
At O-level economics.
At the time, did you have your names? I thought they used index numbers.
Oh, but the index number, when finally, your this
finally, yes.
Yeah. So I believe that is what maybe got imprinted in his memory.
Hey, and he remembered your name for that long.
Yeah, but I believe maybe it was something surprising to them.
Right.
So they met on the paper
and had meetings
to be sure that truly
Donko Krom produced something like that good.
These two guys.
Oh
in
my
economics.
word!
And so that man has remained Mr. Nyakudochi.
Okay.
He's remained a family friend.
Mr. Nyakudochi.
Nyakudochi.
He's an examiner.
Oh, not. I think he left at the time that I met him. He was working at Air Liquid.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Tema or so. And he used to give me a lift once in a while when I was going to, work.
Hey, and after all this performance, you didn't get to do anything economics related.
That's the University of Ghana for us. I hope they have changed. But pardon me, I still love University of Ghana. That's my school. Yes, so that's part of the story. Yeah. So that's how come I chose the foreign ministry.
Right.
Now, you remember I told you that I was given a subject and I even wanted to go back home.
True.
I was asking myself, an accounting student, economic student, coming to University of Ghana, going to do these subjects. And this same Dr. Belson,
right?
I remember Russian was the first subject I wanted to drop. When you enter the university,
after
the first year, the first few months, we're doing the registration process. You allow to change, if possible. Okay. But this is how it used to work.
Okay.
First of all, you might have gone to the department that wanted to accept to make a change for you.
Right.
And then you go back to the department where you wanted to change to also agree to release you.
Okay.
So I had filled the form, gone to sociology department.
That's what you wanted.
That's where. No, I think anything that could get a little bit closer to economics was what I was looking for.
Oh man,
I felt literally thrown into the
deep.
Yeah.
Right.
So then, Dr. Bilson was the one that I had approached. He was at the modern languages department because I wanted to change the Russian, drop the Russian language and go for sociology.
Right.
He asked me, And I was very sincere in telling him that what was I going to do with Russia after university to find a job to do or something?
Because the family,
So, and then he asked me, but what shows that whatever you wanted will be the one to give you a job? And I stayed with the Russian language.
Right.
I told you I joined the ministry, and after 1.5 years, because we entered in January 1997.
Okay.
And by July 1998,
you were posted.
I was posted.
Russia came in handy.
To go to Moscow.
Russia.
The language
that
I had wanted to drop.
You don't mean it. You think that there was a hand that was plotting all this, writing all this story?
What do you mean by a hand?
I mean, you feel that beyond all, in all this, upon hindsight, there must have been a master plan for your life.
Definitely.
How everything panned out.
All these things that look at even this tutor, a former tutor, I don't know where he was actually teaching, this Mr. Nyakudechi, keeping this name in his memory, meeting me at a church, just mentioning my name and remembering this story.
Are you one of the two people who had one in economics?
Yes.
Wow.
Look at this teacher that advised me to focus on my education, to get to a point in your career, your life, where you'll be able to support the family, but not now.
Wow.
Look at my friend teacher that decided on his own volition to travel all the way to Nkoko to have a conversation with my dad.
Wow. And your landlord?
And my landlord.
Who drove from
Efijasi in Ashanti region to Kumasi to hand over the letter that came from the foreign ministry to me.
And when you were confused between Ministry of
Dr.
Foreign
Bilson
Affairs
that came in to help me shape
and
my
Leeds
decision
University.
making.
Wow. So now you have been posted to Moscow.
Yes, I was posted to Moscow.
As what? And what role?
Well, normally at the level, you were affairs secretary responsible for political and economic matters.
Okay.
And I was also responsible for education, because we used to have quite a number of Ghanaians being trained in Russia at the time. Yes.
So again, your economics background came into play.
Yeah, definitely it will. Well, it's a subject that I will never leave. Even maybe until recently, from time to time, I'll go for my accounting books and still want to. I love the subject.
Wow.
I love economics, but unfortunately, that's how it got truncated.
I see. So from Moscow, how long did you stay in Moscow?
4 years. Our tenure is over.
By the time you're leaving Moscow, what had changed in your life?
What has changed, I had been exposed to diplomatic practice.
Right.
How diplomats conduct themselves, the work that we do for your country, for your citizens abroad, for students. As I said, I was also handling students. And, I had always believed that when you have the opportunity to work with the younger people, you have some responsibility to also guide them in life.
Right.
There's one story that I may want to add.
Please.
The year I brought students who used to come to, Moscow, one group that came, and I remember we had a conversation with them, and I told them I had an experience when I was a student that I shipped my, Russia, like speakers, some gadgets were very cheap. So we could depend on our allowances to buy quite a bit. And the idea was that you return home and you sell them, and that you can depend on that as you make some money to continue your education.
Okay.
We did that.
Hello again, good afternoon and welcome to Channel 1 Television. We'll take you to Parliament now, the actual Chamber of Parliament, where the Chamber is considering, or Parliament is considering, the nominees of the President in the report presented by the Appointment Committee. This will be in the form of a debate before the approval. So let's take you to the House now.
Very well, Mr. Speaker. I've done Thank you. So do we go back do we go back to item 6?
That is so. Business statement, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, we allow the chairman of the Appointments Committee to go and continue with his business. Then we go back to item 6, business statement for the 3rd week. Yes, since the chairman of the business committee is not available, can any member of the business committee present the report to the House? Business committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The business statement for the 3rd week ending Friday, the 31st of January 2025. Mr. Speaker, the committee met on Thursday, the 23rd of January 2025.
Yes, just a minute. Let your colleagues are raising an issue. Yes, please. What is it?
Please take your seat. Speaker, if I will refresh the memory of this House, you recall, Speaker, per your wisdom and guidance, we had constituted the selection committee, the business committee, and the appointment committee for very obvious reasons. Speaker, I looked at the membership of the business committee. I did not see the Honorable Rickett as a member. And so I'm unable to accede to his request to present the report. In any case, he wasn't even there. He wasn't present at the meeting. The meeting was chaired by Honorable Ahmed. And I want my colleagues to understand, I'm not being a litigant here. He was not there. Speaker, I was there. Speaker, so if it is the case, Speaker, if it is the case, Speaker, if it is the case as the request of the Right Honourable Speaker was, can any member of the Business Committee present the report? I am a member, a proud member of the Business Committee. I will present the report for you. Speaker, if it pleases you, let me present the report for the government side. I've seen my leader smiling at me. But leader, you were not there. Honorable Ayariga, respected majority, that you were not there either. I'm the only one here. You won't allow me. Let's see how you present the report.
Yes, please.
Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering the basis for which the minority chief whip is raising issue in this matter. Mr. Speaker, may I refer the House humbly to Order 216, Sub-Rule 1. Speaker, is to the effect that the business committee comprises the leader of government business as chairperson, the minority leader as the ranking member, the chief whips, and not more than 11 other members. Mr. Speaker, now your directive was that in the absence of the leader, any member, Mr. Speaker, he hasn't determined that the the deputy majority leader is not a member of the committee. And in any case, Mr. Speaker, we have had deputy majority leaders present business statements on this floor. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that myself, I'm here as the whip. The leader himself is here, competently represented, and we are available to deal with this business. So, I believe that we should make progress in this matter, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
I can only refer to the standing orders in trying to guide members. Or you want to say something before I do that?
Speaker, we will defer to you for guidance. However, my colleague quoted 216, and he's right. He's right. Statutory representation is captured there. It's right. But, Speaker, let's put matters in context here. Were you at the meeting? In the face of the transition, Speaker, in the face of the transition, he was not there. The meeting was chaired by Honorable Ahmed. Can you defend what is reflected in the report? All right. Speaker, I'll be magnanimous. I'll be charitable on this occasion. Speaker, I'll be charitable.
Honorable members, please, there is no issue to split hairs over. The standing orders 96, presentation of papers generally. Order 96, a paper may be presented to the House only by the Speaker, the chairperson of a committee, a member, a minister, or a head of an independent constitutional body. Are we together? Have you heard what I read? So clearly,
Speaker, with respect, in this House, we've always been guided by you.
Yes.
And Speaker, we will take a cue from you on any day. However, if you recall, the three committees who were formed were formed by a motion. And same motion was adopted by this House. Now, in proper context, in the face of the motion that was formed, three of you are strangers when it comes to the membership of the Business Committee, unless we vary the earlier motion that was taken. So let's go by the rules. Yeah.
I don't know why you interrupted my ruling. I have not ruled yet. I have not guided
apologies.
you.
Apologies.
I was just reading Order 96. And I was trying to explain to members that Order 96 talks about chairperson of a committee, a member of the committee, a minister, or a head of an independent constitutional body. These are mandated by our rules to be the only people that can present a paper to the House. And so the issue raised by the Minority Chief Whip is in the right direction. The only thing that could have persuaded me is that if he has sought my leave and also mentioned that he has the authority of the chairman of the committee to do so on his behalf, then he will have been acting as an attorney of the chairman, and I would have permitted him to do so. But he did not do that. And so, not being a member of the committee, and worst of all, not being present at the meeting of the committee, he is not in the position to present the report or paper for and on behalf of the business committee. So I think that objection is upheld. And so we will call on a member of the committee or any of those identified by the standing orders to do so. It doesn't necessarily mean that the member must be government. The system we are running in Ghana allows so many formations. You can have a minority party in government because, honorable member, I can identify the person who was yes, you can have a minority government where the people decide to elect your flag bearer as president, but disagree with the parliamentary candidates and opt for the majority to be in opposition. You can have that. You can also have an independent presidential candidate being the president of Ghana. Yes, that is the choice of the people, and it's allowed by our constitution. And so in such a situation, you cannot be talking about the government until he decides to constitute his government. And he can decide to constitute his government as independent presidential candidate, now president of the country, by choosing his ministers from the political parties. Definitely they have to come from political parties or outside political parties. But by our constitution now, majority should be from where? Parliament. And they have to be from political parties. So you can have all sort of formations, government formations, using the 1992 Constitution. And so when we were crafting the rules, we took all those things into consideration. And that is why even now, we try to respond to the winner-take-all situation in the country by allowing people whose party is not in power to even chair select committees. That is in the new standing orders. So that it's not like because you've won, every power is given to you. There will be power sharing in the House so that we can hold the House as an institution, as a family, as a body, work in the national interest, not in the interest of parties. So I think that that is right. And the members of the committee, and that is why I gave the option that any member of the committee, the president, the chair not being present, could present the report of the committee as a rule. Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Minority Chief Whip raises a further question about even the capacity of the leader of government business being able to present the report of the business committee if that person has not been captured in a report laid and adopted in this House as a member of the business committee. So far as he is concerned, and I listened to him carefully, following the reconstitution of the front bench of this side of the House and the coming into office of a new leader of government business, once you were not captured in the earlier report on committees, which was laid and adopted in this House, it appears to me that his contention is that even that person is, strictly speaking, not a member of the business committee and can therefore not present the report. But Mr. Speaker, I want you to rule, take into consideration Order 2161. Because 2161 says the business committee comprises the leader of government business as chairperson, the leader of the party or parties in parliament which do not form the government as the ranking chairperson, the chief whips, and not more than 11 other members. This is a committee in which the officials are identified by their offices and not as individuals. By their offices and not as individuals. So to read this standing order to be amendable by the report of a committee adopted by this House appears to me to be what he is seeking to do. Can we say today that Honorable Atuforsen remains the chairperson of the business committee in the face of Order 2161? Can we say that Honorable Abuja remains a member of the business committee in the face of Order 216? Because it is one of the few committees where membership is statutory and identified by office. So whoever occupies that office automatically becomes the person that should be on the committee. And I believe that those who framed this did not intend that any time that there is a change in that office holder, that we come and then hold a meeting, that we appoint new members representing those offices and then present their report and debate their report and then adopt it and etc. I believe that anybody who steps into those offices automatically become the members of that committee and can carry the functions of that office. So, Mr. Speaker, I invite you to consider that and give guidance. This is the first time it is happening, I believe, and this is a novel situation, and you are the custodian of the rules and the interpreter of the rules and the person who ensures that it is enforced. So, Mr. Speaker, I invite you to give us some guidance on this matter.
Yes, Honorable Member for Asawase.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully disagree with the majority leader. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you were doing the report, you had their names before designation. And supposing it was like the Intelligence Committee, where each member had to swear, are you saying by change of name as majority leader of government business and changes, you step in and you don't have to swear, you have to swear an oath? So, Mr. Speaker, yes, I agree that we are masters of our own rules, and for convenience, we can stand down most of the orders and just take the amendment at a shot. But to assume that you could just walk in and carry on, Mr. Speaker, even though it's not explicitly stated in our rules, we'll be setting a bad precedent, in my view. Because, like I said, when the report was being taken, it was Honorable Atuforsen, Majority Leader, Honorable Kwame Govins Agboja, Majority Chief Whip. So now, if Honorable Mama Yerga becomes the Majority Leader, it is a simple process that we need to go back and change. Because if there was supposed to be a swearing in, he would have to take the oath. He will not just walk into it. Yes, it's not explicit, but I think that looking at our standard order and our practice, this will be the neatest way to do it, rather than to assume that you just walk in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, my understanding of the practice of this House is that when you make a determination on the matter, a member who is aggrieved may have to come back to you formally. As far as I'm concerned, the application by my colleague, Honorable Anodompre, was upheld by you. But be that as it may, since the leader of government business wants to introduce us to some jurisprudence, which in my view is good for our purpose, because this is a chamber of debate, save that his continuous exercise of this right will lead to the delay of government business. And we'll support him if he wants to delay government business. I cautioned him yesterday, because there are great lawyers and debaters here who will join him in this exercise, which will take the whole day. So when government business delays, he shouldn't blame the minority, because around this time, you should have finished your thing and then move on. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Mubarak Mutaka took the wind out of my sail when in his second point, he talked about suspension of our rules. The rules recognize situations where we would have such lacuna, and therefore provided for in Order 3. Order 3, suspension of standing orders. With your leave, Mr. Speaker, I quote, 1, subject to the provisions of the Constitution, a motion for the suspension of an order or part of an order may be moved without notice with the leave of the House. 2, where the order or part of the order is to be suspended, reasons must be stated prior to the suspension of the mover of the motion. And 3, the Speaker shall suspend the order pursuant to the leave of the House. So reading 3, 1, 2, and 3 together, my humble view, and I respectfully submit in all modesty, that the respected majority leader should have come under this to move the House to suspend the rules. We've done this before in the ministerial nominations that we received. I stood here and moved on your behalf that we've received the first one. We are aware that Mr. Speaker may be out of the jurisdiction. We are aware that Parliament will be going on orientation and all. Therefore, should we receive any other communication from the President, we should waive the requirement that Mr. Speaker would have to read and refer. And we came under Order 3 to mean that all things that will be done must be presumed to be regular. Therefore, we would proceed to vet. This we did. So the right way to go was to pray with our leave for this rule to be suspended. But put that aside. Mr. Speaker, the respected majority leader has introduced a new argument, which with all due respect, I disagree with him. He can never be wrong, but I disagree with him. He says that there is a certain definition. He places some interpretation on Order 216 to say that Order 216, and at the risk of being repetitive, I shall read it one more time. The Business Committee comprises the leader of government business as chairperson, the leader of the party or parties in Parliament who do not form the government as the ranking member, the chief whips and not more than 11 other members. To him, to the extent that he had assumed the black chair, the rule of automaticity triggers. Well, I would agree with you that when procedure and prudence clash, prudence must supersede. But it doesn't operate in this context, with the greatest respect. Because here we've laid down a procedure, a known one, and that is why you can find solace in order 3. So therefore, your argument that these provisions are there, so there is no requirement for a motion to be moved. And that is why Mr. Speaker rightly supported the respected Minority Chief Whip, that we enacted a process. Is the reason why the letter from your General Secretary did not just get to Mr. Speaker's office, but a certain procedure was followed. Mr. Speaker read it, and if you pay attention to the language of Mr. Speaker, when he finished, he now invited the leaders to initiate the process, whereupon your predecessor came to the dispatch box, read his final message to the House, and ushered you in, and we congratulated you. Sir, if this your jurisprudence persists, government business will suffer. Do the needful. Because today is Friday. When you were on this side, on a Friday like this, you will be doing this, that you want to go to the mosque. I don't know what has changed. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I told my majority leader that the day that we heard, the rumor brought it up, that he was going to assume the black chair on his side. One of my researchers told me that she's followed this legislator, and his passion for the law is so great that I should get my team to prepare for some legal exercise. It is good, but not when your back, look, all these empty seats. Not when you have all these empty seats. Just look behind you. So if you know, Mr. Speaker, you remember when I was the leader of government business, on occasions where I tried to, push a certain agenda, you will tell me that look behind you. Mr. Speaker, see how posterity, just look behind you. I'm not doing government business. I don't have government business. I am opposition leader. My business is at large. Look behind you. You want to pass Honorable Muntaka today. Because Honorable Muntaka, let your majority leader know that we agreed to vet you today because of certain exigencies. And he is delaying this house. And your members will not keep quiet. They still think they are in opposition. He should look behind him, how empty the seats are, and direct the whip, the majority chief whip, Honorable Defiamako, to get out of the seat. His place is not where he is. This is not the time to be seated in your seat comfortably. Where is Richard Achampo? No, I won't talk about Doyo. They are new. They are 2 young men. They are supposed to start whipping the members in. Because even if we are to take the bill, the report, you don't have the numbers. And we are going to insist on it. So end it here, seek the leave, present the business committee report. Let's have some discussion on it. Mr. Speaker would allow you to adopt it, and make sure this chamber is filled with your members. Then we can do government business. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I raised the issue in all sincerity, just a matter of jurisprudential interest, not because I really want to delay anything, but I noticed that we haven't really been confronted with a situation like this before. And I think that at a more convenient time, we should revisit this. Going under Order 3 to seek your leave and the leave of the House to bypass any of the orders and do business in this House is not a difficult thing to do. But this is a matter that Speaker should think about and at a convenient date give us some indications, because your rulings also constitute part of the rules and the orders of this House, and they guide the implementation of those orders. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I will seek your leave under Order 3 for us to proceed to have my good self present the business statement for the consideration of the House and adoption to guide business next week.
Yes, honorable members, just for your guidance, the Speaker is the chairman of the Standing Orders Committee, and he is also the chairman of the Select Committee of Selection. There is good reason for that, because he is given the power to interpret and enforce the rules. Earlier on, I drew your attention to the various types of permutations that we could have as governance in this country. This Order 216 refers to leader of government business. The leader of government business does not necessarily mean the majority leader. And I'm sure you can recollect why. Now, we use leader of government business. But that decision is actually not taken by Parliament. That decision is taken by the government. The government decides who should lead government business in Parliament. So you can have a majority leader and another person, different person being leader of government business. So you are not referring to the individual. You are referring to the post, the position. There's good reason why in the ordinary committees, you are not called upon to swear an oath when you constitute the committee. But I've realized in the same standing orders, there are some committees that are called upon to swear an oath because of the nature of business, the mandate of the committees. In the case of the business committee, you are not called upon to swear an oath. This Order 216 is referring to the position. So whoever occupies that position becomes the chairperson. It's ex officio. Becomes the chairperson of the committee. And so by virtue of the fact that Honorable Mahama Ayarga is now the occupant of that position, even though I have not been giving evidence from the government, I will take it that because the government has not objected to his being so, he is the leader of government business. And so he chairs the committee. Now, the other issue is if the person is not present at the meeting of the committee, can the person present the report of the committee? And my earlier ruling showed that yes, the person could present the report because it could be done by the authority or through the authority of the chairperson. And so I was drawing attention to the fact that because of the failure of the deputy majority leader to seek my leave and to inform us that he's been authorized or mandated by the chairperson of the committee to do so for and on his behalf, he is not properly clothed to present the report. And that is why I call on any member of the committee present to do so. There should be sufficient guide to the House. We don't need to amend any report. We just need to go by this. And I think we should take it as sufficient guidance. If in the course of the application of the rules there's any other problem, we'll definitely handle it when we get there. In the meantime, I will permit the leader of the government business to present the report, and then we can go through it together.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the business statement for the third week. And
please, since you people have taken all my time, they've been the delegation waiting for over 30 minutes. But since you people are interested in jurisprudence, it's good. It's good for the edification, particularly of a new parliament. That's why I permitted it. But I'll hand over to the second deputy speaker to take the chair. Second deputy speaker will take the chair accordingly.
Yes, Honorable Leader of the House, and I assume you are the Leader of Government Business. So let's hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is the report of the Business Committee on the business statement for the third week ending Friday, 31st January 2025. Mr. Speaker, the committee met and it was agreed that next week there may be formal communications by the Right Honourable Speaker that ministers of state may be permitted to make statements on government policy pursuant to our various orders, that honourable members may make statements pursuant to Order 93, that we also will urge the Committee of Selection to expedite the process of the composition of the various committees so that business can commence with dispatch in the various committees. Papers may be laid during the week in accordance with Order 97. Mr. Speaker, the motions may be debated and their consequential resolutions taken during the week. And we propose to have a joint caucus meeting on Tuesday, 28 January 2025 to discuss pertinent issues of concern to honorable members. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Order 2162 and subject to Order 67 of the Standing Orders, the committee submits this report to this House for approval. Adoption approval.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the business statement for the ensuing week has been read to us by the Leader of Government Business. It is now before the House for consideration. If there's anything any member would like to raise with respect to the business statement, the floor is open now. Yes, Leader of Minority.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Majority Leader and Leader of Government Business has rightly presented to us the business for the ensuing week. We are grateful to him for honoring that duty. However, Mr. Speaker, you may recall that his predecessor, Dr. Kasiel Atuforsen, assured the House last week that the issue of violence related to the Ablekuma North parliamentary elections will be taken up. This side of the House had raised a serious protest on the way and manner the Electoral Commission was being pounded by the NDC Greater Accra Regional Party. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the NDC Regional Party, led by its regional organizer, led some party members to attack the EC Coalition Center. And the EC issued a public statement to condemn the act and pleaded with the police to intervene to protect them. Mr. Speaker, this was the basis of the protest we raised. Mr. Speaker, when business statements are read, it is the responsibility of any member of this House to raise a matter of national interest for the Leader of Government Business to ferry same to government for address. It was on that basis that Dr. Kasiel Atuforsen assured the House that Dr. Kasiel Atuforsen assured the House that he will take steps to address the matter. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the EC has not received the necessary protection from the Elections Security Task Force to enable it conclude the collation and final declaration of Ablekuma North parliamentary elections. Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission complained of threat to the lives of its staff. The Electoral Commission complained of destruction of its properties. I would want my respected colleague who has just come to take steps in ensuring that Dr. Dampari, the IGP, who is the head of the Election Security Task Force, is able to provide sufficient security to enable the EC undertake its constitutional mandate. Mr. Speaker, we raise this as a serious democratic matter because it is a blot on our otherwise peaceful democracy. This is supposed to be a 276-member chamber. We are 275. The people of Ablekuma need a representation, and government must take steps in ensuring that the Electoral Commission declares. Thank you.
Do something. No business. Take your hands off Ablekuma now.
Traso, Ninja Traso, Koto Kanina, Sabe Konya, Edia, Sasura, to say, Sebe, Amani, Sebe, and yes, and I say, Aman for Brian, Amani, Sebe, Amani, Sebe, and I say, Aman for Brian, Ablekuma needs a voice. They must be represented. You are representing your people. They are also Ghanaians. We must represent them. Why does it? I want to be heard. Ethiopia. No Ablekuma, no honorable members. Ablekuma needed. No Ablekuma, no business. No way. No Ablekuma, no government business. No Ablekuma, no government business. No Ablekuma, no Ablekuma, no business. No Ablekuma, no business. No Ablekuma, no business. No Ablekuma, no business. Take your hands off. Honorable members. No government business. No Ablekuma. No government business. No Ablekuma, no business. Not this Ablekuma. No Ablekuma, no government business. Business. No honorable members. No government business. Honorable members. Honorable members. Forevermore. Just for presence will wait for our will and my forevermore. Just for presence will wait for our will and my forevermore. With all I will and mine forevermore. No Ablekuma, no government business. 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 They must have a voice here. No Ablekuma, no. Ablekuma needs a voice. Ablekuma needs a voice. Ablekuma needs a voice. Ablekuma needs a voice. No Ablekuma, no government business. You are representing your people. They are also Ghanaians. They need to be represented. No government business. No Ablekuma, no. No business. No Ablekuma, no business. No Ablekuma, no business.
business. No Ablekuma. No business.
No business.
Honorable members.
Ablekuma needs a voice. No Ablekuma, no business.
Ablekuma, no. Where is Ablekuma? No.
Honorable members.
Where is Ablekuma?
What is this? Honorable members, the business statement as presented to us is hereby adopted. Yes, leader, any directive? We have adopted the business statement.
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. What are you talking about? One conspiracy. Sit down. What are you talking about? This is what? What are you talking about? You are representative. Nobody will get up. You are representative of conspiracy. Sit down. Tell him to sit down. What are you talking about here? Sit down. Tell him to sit down.
Honorable member for Bosuefraho. That is the 276 member house. It's a Blekuma North. It's a 276 member house.
The 276 member house. Where is the Blekuma? No business.
It's a 276 member house. Where is the Blekuma?
The house is suspended.
No
we have to go physical on you guys one day. That's the only solution.
Clap for your
hands, man.
This is a 276 member house.
190 people.
Hey. In the betting, we'll stop the betting. Betting if I don't die. To say Ghana,
So you see the members of the minority in parliament on their feet. Now this was after their leader, the Honorable Alexander Penyo-Markin, gave a statement in reaction to the statement that was given by the majority leader and the leader of government business on the business schedule for the ensuing week. Now the minority contends that the parliamentary seat for Ablekuma North has still not been properly collated, and therefore there's a need for the government to order the provision of security for the Electoral Commission to resume the collation or complete the exercise so that a member of parliament can be legitimately outdoored or sworn in for that constituency. So earlier you saw that they raised some placards or A4 sheets with protest statements written on it, and you heard chants from the members of the minority saying no Ablekuma, no business, indicating their unwillingness to accept the business statement that was presented by the majority caucus. Now currently the second deputy speaker has put the House on suspension for 30 minutes because he repeatedly tried to maintain order in the House, but it appeared the minority caucus were not willing. In fact, he went ahead to say that the business statement was adopted, and so the majority leader could go ahead and give his concluding remarks, but that also sparked another round of protests with the minority members standing on their feet and chanting songs, party songs. Earlier you heard them sing, the elephant is a winning symbol. That's the anthem of the New Patriotic Party. They've also sung the national anthem, We Will Resist Oppressors and Help Us Resist Oppressors through trying to indicate that without the Ablekuma North Declaration or the completion of the coalitional results in that constituency, it means that the constituents are being held under oppressors' rule. So you see the members of the minority on their feet. No, this is actually the members of the majority on their feet. Also, I do not know whether they are also trying to protest what the minority caucus is doing, but this will perhaps be the first protest we are seeing in the House officially since the 9th Parliament started. Earlier, you also heard some members of the minority say that without Ablekuma North, they may even discontinue their participation in the vetting process. That's just some commentary that some of them were making. So now let's pick some sounds from Parliament and see what's going on there.
You think every day here.
Yeah, so that's the pictures from the House of Parliament. The House convened earlier to adopt the statement from the Business Committee. There was a lot of back and forth as to whether or not a new committee had to be sworn in before they are able to present the statement, because the understanding was that the majority leadership had changed, and therefore the Honorable Muntaka Mubarak raised the argument of whether or not an oath was needed to be taken by the new members before they are able to present the business statement. But the Speaker, Alban Bagbin, stated that there was no need for that and gave the clearance for the majority leader to go ahead to present the business. Nana, so you've seen what's happening in Parliament. This is perhaps the first protest that we are seeing since the House was constituted. What do you make of the happenings?
Well, Adwa, you should expect more of such happenings.
Really?
Yes, with the type of parliament that we have, and a minority with so few numbers, you would expect a strong opposition or strong positioning of the minority in such manners. And so if an issue should pop up and the minority feels this is something we are not in tune with, something we do not agree, or as a caucus of a political party in Parliament, this does not agree with our leanings or our ideologies, and we want to oppose or resist the same, then of course you have to mount a very strong opposition. Now the catch here is that if the minority should stage a walkout instead of adopting an in-house protest as it is, with the numbers on the majority side, if all MPs on the majority side should show up and are present, business can be conducted in the House. You get it? And that's why you find that the minority would rather not walk out, but disrupt proceedings in order to stall the business of the day rather than walking out so that the business proceeds.
But then as it stands now, the majority numbers is 183.
183.
We understand that the 4 independent members of Parliament
have decided to do business.
So that gives them the 2/3 to conduct business. But without the independents adding their vote to theirs, it means that they still do not have the 2/3, which is 184. So now we are assuming, or we are admitting that because the independent candidates have given their 4 to them, it means that they have the power to do any business at all. Right. So you believe that that's why the minority is not walking out as we would see of him. But this posturing of the minority, some would say it may not help. What do you think?
Well, I mean, the type of democracy we run is not a one-sided type of democracy. And whether we like it or not, whether we choose to admit it or we'll continue to play the ostrich, we're running a 2-party state. It's a 2-party democracy and not a multi-party democracy. And so you will find that the majority will be held by either the NDC or the NPP, based on which party is winning more seats in the House. Now, if you have such a slim minority as the NPP,
they don't want to be referred to as that.
That's why I chose my words carefully. And
they still insist they are the minority.
They are the, no, I mean, fine, but it can be subjected to a description.
That's true.
We can choose to use whatever adjective we choose to describe them based on the numbers that they have. You get it. You wouldn't want to, if you're this type of minority, you wouldn't want to sit back and have the 9th Parliament appear as though it were a rubber stamp type of parliament. Ordinarily, the type of numbers that the majority has now, with the independent candidates, 4 of them caucusing with the majority side, of course the majority will have their way, but then the minority has their say, and in having our say, it should be done in a strong manner.
But what's the weight of the say they have? I'm sure people would want to understand that, well, if you have your say and we still have our way, we still have the power anyways.
Well, our governance or our politics does not end with an election. It's a cycle.
True.
There's 2028 just around the corner. And so if you go to sleep, then trust me, even the micro that you are rejecting, you might not even have it.
What test does this majority face, especially because it was just yesterday that their new leadership was outdoored? Do they have to go into a lot of consensus building, even though they do not necessarily need the minority?
Well, they would have to. They would have to. The nature of Parliament will force them to engage, to consult, to collaborate. You see, it's not always that you would have your members present. And it's not all matters that you would have your members agree to. You get it? So at certain points, you would need the minority or some members of the minority on your side. And that is the work of the whip. You will need to whip people in line on your side, and also engage numbers on the other side to help you, follow through or have whatever policy it is that you're pushing to go through. You get it? And that is why you need a very strong whip. You get it? I can understand why Madam Doyo Gansa has been elevated to the position of the whip. You get it? Because there's longevity in Parliament. She has relationships on either sides of the House and all that. This is where her mastery or her craft as a whip is needed most. It will have to come to play, where she can engage the minority in instances like this, where they are raising issues regarding the absence of a representation for the people of Ablekuma North in the House.
But because she is deputizing the Honorable Dafiamepo, would you not think that she would want to follow the lead of Dafiamepo?
She will, but in this
case,
because
she has a mother figure.
Exactly, exactly. And Dafiamepo just took up the role.
True. But she has been there.
Exactly. Although deputizing, she has been there. She has engagements on the other side. Mind you, the other side maintained their leadership. Except for the addition of Jerry Ahmed Shaib. You get it? So there's that level of relationship existing. So this is where she would have to, push the right buttons to trigger some level of collaboration on the other side to get them, listen, we have proper business to do. We can raise the issues regarding Ablekuma North on another day. But for now, our government is still forming. We need business, government business to be done in the House, so that at least some of it, but remind you, the president gave timelines. And these are his marshals on the ground, his lieutenants. They should be able to ensure that they create the conducive environment or atmosphere for him, the president, to be able to meet his timelines. And that is why you notice the speed with which he's made his appointments. You get it? The changes that we are seeing in the formation of the government and even in the leadership of Parliament.
Even so, on the appointment committee vetting, some pauses had to be made for some to come in. Because today we were supposed to have 3 regional minister designate vetting, but we had the Interior Ministry or the Interior Minister designate vetting.
Which is a very key ministry. The reason why you would have some change, because per the original timetable, as you mentioned, we should have gone through with regional minister designates, because it started yesterday, as per the original timetable published or advertised by the appointments committee. But concessions were made to have the Interior Minister designate come in, because this man is going to superintend over our security services. armed forces, military, fire service, immigration, Ghana police service, and to an extent even the customs officers of the GRA.
Even NADMO, you have NACOG, you have the Small Arms Commission.
Thank
so
you.
His duty
National
is
security is also going to come. Exactly. And so you would need such a minister at post. You get it, to be able, and we are at a time where the president has also promised that ending chieftaincy disputes, conflicts, chieftaincy conflicts has been prioritized by the president. And so you need your minister for the interior at post. You get it? That's what I'm saying, that some of these concessions need to be made, and made very early. And that is the work of the whip. Governs will do a fine job. We've seen his experience in Parliament. We've seen the caliber of person he is. But I'm saying that he just took up the role.
You mean that's Dafiamekpo?
Yes. Sorry. Forgive me. He is going to roads and highways. Yes. Roxanne Nelson Dafiamekpo. Yes. He has just assumed the role. And so that's why I was pushing more for Madame Doyo to step up. To step up. I mean, she needs to boldly and strongly be seen in this instance, supporting, of course, her chief whip, which will be in the person of Nelson Dafiamekpo, Roxanne Nelson Dafiamekpo.
You see that I keep turning. I'm trying to check if they are coming back or not. Right. The 30 minutes has not expired. But now let's look at the propriety of the concerns the minority is raising. Should there be an immediate attention to the Ablekuma North situation?
Indeed. We went into an election a month and more ago. 276 constituencies. Do they all have representation in Parliament?
No.
Ablekuma North is still outstanding. And the people of Ablekuma North need their representation in Parliament. The MPs that, or the candidates that contested, spent. It's not like they're going to sit there to recoup. But of course, they had a mission and a vision to represent their people and do the work for their people. And I mean, that is the reason why we went into the election in the first place. And so it is important that this matter is expedited so that finality is brought to it. And then they have their representation in Parliament. Because already we are talking about the numbers, although it favors one side and not so much can be done about it. But hey, if it goes in favor of the MPP, then of course they are beefing up their numbers.
1 plus 1 another
plus 1 could make a difference, and you'll be surprised.
You think so?
On the day that the majority doesn't have numbers in Parliament, that plus 1 will make a difference.
That's true, yeah.
You get it?
Yeah.
And then of course the NDC also needs that plus 1 to authoritatively
get the 2/3.
Exactly.
So now when they have the plus 1, they know that even without the independent candidate doing business with them, they can still go ahead and do things.
Exactly. And of course you'd understand why the minority will employ some of these tactics in the House, especially on the day where there's major government business to be done in the House. Because I mean, like I said, with that slim minority, you need to employ all options, all avenues at your disposal to make your presence felt. Because the cycle does not end here. There's another election ahead. And you will be punished for being a lazy minority if you don't show up. But that notwithstanding, you shouldn't be reckless in opposition.
Is that what you think is happening, or not yet?
I mean, we'll get there, but my fear is that it's going to get worse. Because if you judge, even from day one, the swearing in, the inauguration of the 9th Parliament, and some of the utterances that were made, I mean, comparatively to the 8th Parliament, this is like a honeymoon for us.
Yeah, that's how you go.
You get it. But I mean, you can foresee some of these things. Even judging from the sitting of the Appointments Committee, you can see the posturing of the minority quite clearly and how they intend to run, quote and unquote run, because really it is not theirs to run anyway, but how they intend to behave or carry themselves in the 9th Parliament.
I actually heard somebody made a statement about how they withdraw their participation from the Appointment Committee. What do you think about that? It was not an official statement made on the floor, but I mean, as part of the protest they were mounting, that was one of the comments you had on the floor.
To withdraw their participation from the appointment.
From the appointment.
I mean, it's
a non-starter.
It's a non-starter, if you ask me, because I mean, per the standing orders of the House, you have representation on the committee, and it will do you more harm than good if you relinquish that duty.
Why do you think so?
Like I said, you sit there on the appointments committee because you have a job to do. The people of your constituency, the people of Ghana have voted for you and given you a duty to perform. Now, you at the appointment committee, you are not sitting there for yourself. And that is why we have been saying from day one that they should have done better with their questioning and even the conduct at the appointment committee. Now listen, if you have been nominated, right, on the ticket of your party for a ministerial position, and I am vetting you, I am looking out for your technical credibility, one. I am looking out for your suitability for the position, and then I'm looking out for your integrity amongst other things, right? If I'm able to punch holes in these, this is me discrediting you. Do you know how much that affects your political gains or political fortunes in the future? The grassroots people are watching. My party foot soldiers are watching. If I am punching holes in your credibility, in your integrity, I am giving arsenal to my foot soldiers to use against you in subsequent elections. You get it? So it will do you more good to stay on the appointments committee and do your work as a member of the appointments committee rather than relinquishing that duty.
Now,
you get it?
Yeah. Now you expect more of these protests to happen. Could you tell us in which instances you're anticipating that some of these are likely going to happen?
If there's going to be a passage of a major bill, an introduction of a new tax, you see, what is going to happen is that this particular government or party came to power on a number of promises. You get it? So any bill that will come to the House that appears to be on the opposite side of any of the promises made by the party, you would see a strong opposition to it, as you are seeing now.
Going forward,
already we've heard the minority leader call on the president to apologize to Ghanaians on his promise to work with 60 ministers.
Nana,
although his own presidential candidate during the campaign had promised lesser, 50.
Exactly.
You get it? So that's what I'm saying.
And for
some of these things are going to come up.
For me, the president has not said that he will not be able to govern with 60 ministers. And
listen,
the Honorable Afenyo-Markin was saying that it from how our governance system
the scrapping of
done,
some.
yes, it might be impossible to. So if you go ahead and ask the president to apologize, what is he apologizing for?
Listen, I am not sure running a country is a one-size-fits-all type of business. We have different governance styles. So the fact that your party chooses to run its governance in this particular style or this particular way does not necessarily mean that party B, when they come to power, should follow same. Take information ministry, for instance. It's been scrapped, but now there's a Minister of State in charge of government communication. The president has given indication that the Information Services Department is going to be realigned, taken from the civil service to the presidency. So this should give you an idea that he intends to run communication from the presidency instead of having an information ministry to do same. This takes out a ministry, right? And realigns the functions of that ministry with what he has set up, reduces the numbers. The man has reduced the number of ministries from 30 to 23, and he says he can run the business of governance with 60 ministers. Already he's given us 42 ministers, 18 more to go, which 18 mostly are going to be deputies to some of the ministries he has made nominations to. You get it? But I don't think the president spoke out of air
without knowing exactly what
plan he has and what strategy he has to implement the plans he has. Now, if you are telling the president to apologize to Ghanaians and rethink his decision to run the country with 60 ministers.
Yeah.
What is your proof that it cannot be done?
True.
What research have you done to show that the country cannot be run
60
with
ministers.
60 ministers? Listen, I even have a problem with the number of constituencies and MPs we have and the number of ministers we've had in previous time.
Yeah.
We are not that big a country. What's our population now? About 30 million. We have 276 constituencies.
And I think that's too much.
276 MPs. And listen, this is where even the danger comes from. You wouldn't want to, as a politician, push aside the request of the people for a region of their own, right? Now, if you create new regions, the tendency or the probability for you to create a new district is very high. If you fall into the trap of creating a new district, you have no choice than to create a new constituency. And then you are increasing the numbers in parliament. Meanwhile, you're promising to protect the public purse. You get it? When we started, was the country not run with just a few MPs?
Yeah.
Then the gerrymandering and all of that started.
But there's arguments of population growth. And so if the country is expanding, why not expand the representatives of the people?
It is not the representation or the representatives of the people that will cater for the expansion of population.
What will then?
You have your local governance system. If you're able to decentralize and adopt innovative ways of revenue generation at the local level, you should be able to take care of the population size there. You get it? It is your MP is not a development agent.
True. True.
You get it? He's a lawmaker. Primarily, that is his duty. So maybe we need to reorient ourselves to get that understanding. And perhaps the MPs themselves need to stop campaigning on the premise of development.
Yeah, promising so
Heaven
much.
on earth.
Yeah, yeah. And then when they come to power, it is then that it's as if they now realize that they are not given the power, or they do not have so much resources to make do the promises they made. But Nana, I was going to ask about going forward. I mean, you've listed certain instances that the minority can take advantage of and protest. You know, what should the majority do?
I mean, the majority has the advantage of numbers, right? And the majority, of course, with its leader being the leader of government business in the House, would definitely be the ones bringing policies to the House, right? And so what I think the majority needs to do is that you don't abuse your numbers, but you consult and engage a lot more. Listen, so much has changed regarding the numbers in the House. Unlike what we saw, the 137, 137-1, and the one deciding to caucus with the MPP side. You get it? And at that level, as we've heard time and again, by then majority leader Fanyo Markin, then Speaker, of course, still Speaker, and even the minority leader, then Dr. Cassiel Atuforsen, that there was a lot of backdoor engagements.
True.
And so before they come onto the floor, agreements have been reached, and it makes government business easier to progress. You get it? You would want same, because despite the fact that the minority does not have the numbers, they still have the power of opposition.
What's the powerful position?
The power position is their ability to rise and oppose some of the things that you will propose as a majority side. And trust me, if you are not careful, a witty minority can do them back and forth with you, delay projects, delay government business. They can deliberately do that. Like you're seeing now, all this disruption is time wasting.
Yeah.
Has the report of the business committee been adopted today?
No.
So exactly, so there's no progress being made.
Oh, so we understand the report has been adopted.
The report has been adopted.
But because of the chaos in the House, the Speaker had to suspend the sitting.
And do you think if the sitting had not been suspended and everything had been smooth, progress would not have been made on the report?
It would have been.
Business would have been going on.
Yeah.
And you see, that is from where I sit, that is what I anticipate will be the strategy of this minority. They say they will not be a reckless minority, But
that's how it's appearing.
Respectfully, and I'm being careful here, it appears there will be a disruptive minority.
Now I'll come back to you. I understand our parliamentary correspondent, Nia Ikwe is on standby to give us details of what's happening. Ikwe, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us here. What can you tell us? Speaker suspended the House for 30 minutes. What's happening now?
Well, thanks for having me. So this morning, the Speaker of Parliament, Alban Bagbin, chaired proceedings for the business statement to take place. Right after the business statement was taken, the Speaker handed over to his second deputy, that's the second deputy Speaker, Andrew Esiama Amwako. Right after the second deputy Speaker took over, the minority leader, Alexander Afenyo-Markin, was supposed to respond to the presentation of the business statement by the majority leader, Mahama Ayariga. Now, what he indicated was that over the period, within some few days, they have been calling on the government to ensure that post-election violence are dealt with or nipped in the bud. This, they say, has fallen on deaf ear, and besides, they also claim that the government has failed to provide enough security for the collation of the parliamentary election results for Ablekuma North constituency. So they were urging the new leadership of the majority caucus to ensure that the government provides enough security for the completion of collation of the Ablekuma North parliamentary election results. Right upon his call, the members of the minority group started raising placards with some inscriptions, "Stop the violence at Ablekuma North, provide security," and all that. And then they also started singing or chanting the patriotic songs, and as well as the NPP party anthem and all that. So in the midst of it, the second deputy speaker, Andrew Esiama Amwako, started hitting the gavel to ensure that some order is maintained. But despite all that, he couldn't achieve the order in the House, and he was compelled to actually suspend sitting for some time. So as it stands now, we have the members of the House in here just waiting that order will be maintained for the second deputy speaker, Andrew Esiama Amwako, to return back to chair proceedings for today. We are expecting that the House would adopt the report of the appointments committee to ensure that ministerial nominees who have gone through vetting successfully would be approved today for subsequent swearing in by the president. So as it stands now, if the situation continues, because the minority has indicated that if the government does not ensure that security is provided for the final or the completion of collation of the Ablekuma North parliamentary election results, then no government business will take place. And yesterday and today, they have been raising concerns that in as much as the majority, the NDC has majority in the House, their numbers are not enough for the taking of decision. We are expecting that 138 members of the majority or 138 MPs are supposed to take decisions in the House. And when it comes to the report of the appointments committee, you need the 138 numbers to do that. Yesterday and today, the minority has been raising that concern that in as much as they are the majority, the NDC is the majority, they do not have that numbers to take decisions in the House. And they've been urging on the majority to ensure that they muscle their numbers into the chamber for this business to take place. So today, that's what they've indicated, that if they do not have, the NDC does not have the 138 MPs in the House, no government business will take place, more because they are also protesting the delay in the final or the collation of the Ablekuma North parliamentary election results.
Now, Ayikwe, tell us what the suspension is supposed to do. Are we seeing a meeting with leadership of the various caucuses to ensure that when they resume or there is speed in the resumption of parliamentary duties?
Well, to be frank with you, I personally did not hear the second deputy speaker, Andrew Esiama Amwako, suspending sitting, because in the midst of the chaos, we didn't hear him say anything. However, there are others who are also saying that the second deputy speaker actually suspended. Some are also of the assertion that he did not make any suspension. He just walked out of the chamber in the midst of all the chaos. So that is what we are not too certain as whether indeed it's for 30 minutes or to engage leadership, because the leaders are still in the chamber. You have the majority leader as well as the minority leader in the chamber together with the members of parliament. So as to what exactly is to do, we are not too certain yet. Maybe the second deputy speaker is just waiting for order to be maintained so that he could return to chair proceedings for today.
Well, we did hear him say that the House stands suspended for 30 minutes.
Okay.
That he said. But tell us what the minority position is. Is it a case that they are expecting a response from the majority caucus before they agree to proceed with business? What is their position on this matter, really?
So the position is that they made the call some few days ago, and the former majority leader, Dr. Kasiala Soforson, has not been able to ensure that security is provided for the Ablekuma North parliamentary election results. So they are urging on the new leadership to ensure that that is done. There is completion of collation at Ablekuma North. Just when the minority leader made that call, that's Alexander Afonyamati made that call, that is when the protest came in with the placards and then the patriotic songs. So we were expecting that the majority leader at least would be offered the opportunity to also respond to this particular call made by the minority leader. But in the midst of the chaos and all that, we haven't heard anything from him. And so we are expecting that the speaker would return and then the response would be provided, if indeed they are going to ensure that the security is provided for the completion of the collation.
Now, briefly before we let you go, tell us what other matters are before the House today, apart from a possible consideration of the appointment committee's report on the ministers designate who have been vetted.
So the key thing, which is the business statement for the ensuing week, has been done. That was the presentation of that business statement. What is expected to happen from next week going, that has been presented. But then, what we are also expecting to see is the adoption, the debate on the report by the appointments committee, which is also the key thing, one of the key things that are expected to take place today. So once the House is currently suspended, that it has hit a snag for now, but we are expecting that if the speaker comes in, they would take that report of the appointments committee, debate on it, and then subsequently it is approved for the swearing in of these MPs who have been vetted.
Hi. Now, ordinarily, the House would adjourn quite early on Friday. You wouldn't see the typical late sittings of the House. Today is a Friday. There's also the business of the debate and adoption of the report of the appointments committee yet to be done. So how much of a concern is this particular disruption and suspension to members of the House?
Well, so on Fridays, the convention is that they would close early so that those who may want to return to their constituencies to conduct other business would do so. But if that is the case today, as we are seeing with the protest by the minority and all that, obviously it's going to delay the process and it can eat into the night. So that one, they could do it even around 8 p.m., but which I doubt would even go to that extent. We are just expecting that indeed the speaker, the second deputy speaker, would heed to the 30-minute suspension and return to the House. If they get the cooperation of the minority, we should see the debate take place and then the adoption of the report done. But if the cooperation isn't there, then we are likely to see a late session for today.
We've also noticed a somewhat absence of the speaker himself over this week. Now the second, we appear to have lost hopefully we'll get him back and then
certainly
we'll get more from him.
From all indication, it does not appear that the speaker is in there yet. The second deputy speaker who suspended the House.
He was presiding at the moment when the confusion started.
But now he's not there, and from Aikwe, he's not very sure whether there's any consultation going on, even from the leadership.
Because the leadership are still in the chamber.
Exactly. Nana, how do we move forward from here?
And that's the difficulty. That's what I was trying to establish earlier, that even though you have the numbers, there is still the need for engagements, consultations, and collaborations. Because at this point, you need to do business, but someone has chosen to disrupt the business. And we are all at a standstill, waiting and hoping for whatever will happen next.
Nana, I understand Nyaikwe is back on the line, so you can continue.
Very well. Thank you so much for staying with us. Just a quick one. We noticed that the Speaker, Alban Bagbin, all through this week has not really been the one presiding over matters. Today he was in the House earlier, and then of course gave the seat to the second Deputy Speaker, Andrew Esiamwa Amwako, to chair. It is under Andrew Esiamwa Amwako's chairmanship that this disruption has happened. If you look at the conduct or the caliber of the Speaker himself, could he have managed this differently to prevent this particular disruption from happening?
Well, so in most cases, when these situations happen, what the second Deputy Speaker would likely do is to suspend the House just as it's done, engage the leadership of both caucuses, and reach a consensus on how to proceed with the session of the day. But in this instance, he only suspended. We haven't heard of any engagement with the leaders because the leaders are still in the chamber, and then we do not know what exactly the plan is. But ordinarily, there would have been some engagement in the background, which he would have announced prior to that, so that the House would be in the known. But as it stands now, it was only a suspension, and like I indicated earlier, probably he is expecting that some order would be maintained, and then he could return back to the House to continue with today's proceedings.
Well, what is the convention on going forward? Since now we are both leaders in the chamber with the Speaker out of the chamber. If he comes and he calls the meeting back to order and there's still this level of disruption, what options are available to the Speaker?
If the Speaker comes back and there is still disruption, as you indicated, then he can suspend again and then go and engage the leaders of both caucuses and then reach an agreement on how to proceed with the session. But if there is still not enough cooperation from the minority, just as they are still insisting that they would not conduct any government business if their concern is not addressed, then the second Deputy Speaker could adjourn proceedings for today, so probably Monday or Tuesday.
Right. Now, the minority have raised concern with a number of issues. They even have a stance regarding the recent violence in Obuasi, and now they are premising their opposition or disruption on the Ablekuma North Parliamentary limbo. If you look at these things and the posturing or the conduct of the minority throughout the 9th Parliament, and even on the appointments committee, what does it tell you about the nature of the 9th Parliament going forward? How do you see the minority's posturing or behavior going forward?
Well, so even at the inauguration of the 9th Parliament, the assurances that were given by the minority was that they were going to ensure cooperation, they were going to ensure that they do not frustrate government business. But just as you indicated, there's been few instances where people have had the need to raise questions about whether indeed the minority is going to stick to these assurances given, because all indications have been that they intend to frustrate government business. There's been earlier instances where they raised the placard and then also chanted the patriotic songs with regard to the Obuasi disturbances, and now regarding this issue of the Ablekuma North parliamentary election results. At a version, there's been instances where the minority leader would issue or come out with long remarks, which some deem it as frustrating the process. So all these things are actually cast doubt on the minds of people or some section of the public that the minority is not committed to collaborating with the government to ensure a seamless delivery of government business. So that has been the notion that is being created by the minority side of that. But to them, if the government is willing to cooperate with them, they are also willing to cooperate for government business to take place.
Well, the majority has the numbers on their side. The independents have also decided to caucus with the NDC. But we're looking at a new leadership of the party, not necessarily new members of parliament taking up leadership of the caucus, rather, sorry, not of the party. What do you think, or how do you see the leadership engaging with their counterparts on the other side to ensure a seamless conduct of government business?
Well, what everyone would think is that indeed the NDC has the majority in the House, and you have well over the quorum to take a decision. So why don't you muscle your numbers into the House for business to take place? The indication or the response that was given by the leadership of the majority caucus yesterday was that this is a new leadership of the caucus. So they do not have some of the new members on the old platform, I mean their WhatsApp platform, where they do these communications to get them on board. So that is the challenge that they are facing now. That is the reason that was given by the leadership yesterday. So if that is the case, then as soon as possible they have to try and then make sure that they create their platform and release these information to their members to ensure that they come in handy whenever they are needed for government business to take place, because it doesn't create the right impression for those who believe that it was appropriate to have offered the NDC the majority in the House, because once you have over 180, you should be able to have at least quite a number of your members in the House to be able to take decisions without necessarily having to rely on the support or the numbers of the minority to be able to conduct your business in the House. So if the new leadership would come up with innovative ideas or innovative measures on how to muscle their numbers into the House, I believe going forward that would help deal with this situation too far.
Very well, Nii. Now, let's look at recent history and let this be our guide. And let's look at the relationship between the leadership on both sides in recent times. We look at the relationship between Haruna Idrisu and Osei Chimensa Bunsu. Then you follow that up with the relationship between Apenyo Makin and Dr. Kasiola Toforsen, which of course is public knowledge. They didn't even make an effort to hide their friendship from the public view or public space. Do you see a relationship of, is it a collaborative type of relationship between Mahama Yariga and Apenyo Makin at the helm of affairs now, or does it appear more of a combative type of relationship?
Well, so over the period, the leadership of the House have always had to engage each other to ensure that they roll out government business, because there is no way, in as much as their numbers, the minorities' numbers may not be, quite substantial enough in terms of decision making, they still play a key role, because you wouldn't be able to fully, execute your business without their support. You would always have to engage them, because when it comes to, especially the business committee of the House, you have the minority leader serving as the ranking, which obviously means that he also plays a key role. So you would always have to engage them. But when it comes to the leadership of Mahama Yariga, I can tell you that he is somebody who is very much accommodating. Despite all that we've seen in the House, he never reacted in any way. He was just relaxed, waiting for them to voice out their concerns and then respond. He is not somebody whom I would say that would be that combative, but then he would offer the opportunity for the minority to always voice out their concerns and then respond to them. He is also willing to engage them whenever the need arises, because since yesterday that he assumed office, I've realized, or from what I have gathered, he has been engaging the leadership on the minority side on whatever decisions the House intends to take. Today, for instance, this morning, for instance, when in his absence, the deputy majority leader, Kweku Hagan, had wanted to take the business statement for today. And then the objection was raised by Frank Anodompe, the minority chief whip, that none of these leaders were available during the business committee session. So it wouldn't be appropriate for any of them to present the business statement because they were not available. It was the old leadership that was available. So if anything at all, it was chaired. That meeting was chaired by the first deputy whip, who handed over to the current leader. So that's Ahmed Ibrahim. So if anything at all, they would expect that he would be the one to take it. But they came in. The minority leader Alexander Afenyomakin provided some form of guidance to the majority leader Mahama Yariga, who obviously also heeded to it, and then had to call on the speaker to suspend the orders of the House to ensure that he's offered the opportunity to present the business system. So that was a key form of engagement over there. There wasn't anything combative much from both sides. So they had to learn from that process and take a cue. So that was afterwards, and then the speaker decided to hand over to the second deputy speaker, and then we witnessed all this. So I believe that it will be one of an engaging one between both leaders to ensure that government business does not suffer, because you cannot always be rest assured of having your numbers in the House without the support of the minority.
Very well, Nina. Thank you so much. But before we let you go, if you could just give us a quick recap of how we arrived at this suspension or the disruption caused by the minority. Was it an issue or a statement raised by a member, or did it spring up organically from an existing conversation?
Now, whenever the business statement is presented, it is always done on Friday, so that members of the House will know what is expected to take place from next week going when the House resumes sitting. Now, after the majority leader, Mahama Yariga, had presented the business statement, there was supposed to be reactions from members of the House. If there is supposed to be anything that should be incorporated that have been left out, then he would provide responses on how those issues are going to be addressed going forward. So that was where the minority leader, Alexander Afenyomakin, came in to raise concerns that there's been post-election violence, there's been instances of chaos at the office of the Electoral Commission in the Greater Accra region, and there hasn't been any much security by the police to ensure that they complete the collation of the Ablekuma North parliamentary election results. He has tabled this before the former majority leader, Dr. Kasiel Atoforsen, and according to him, has not acted in favor of them. So he is urging the new leadership led by Mahama Yariga to take this on board and ensure that the concern regarding the Ablekuma North parliamentary election results is addressed. When he finished making that statement, that was when members of the caucus started rising up on their feet and then lifting the placards with the various inscriptions and chanting the patriotic songs, and then subsequently said that no Ablekuma North parliamentary election results, no government business, no parliamentary election results for Ablekuma North, no government business. So that was what actually brought the disruptions, which compelled the second Deputy Speaker, Andrew Esiama Mwakun, to suspend session for 30 minutes.
And as yet, we have no indication as to when the Deputy Speaker returns to the chamber.
Exactly. Once he said 30 minutes, we are just hoping that he will stick to that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be too certain as to what time exactly he would return for business to take place before.
Very well, Nee. Thank you so much for your time, and do stand by with us. We'll be coming to you as and when to get some more updates from that issue.
Well, so if you can hear me,
right.
The latest update is that I've just heard the announcement that the speaker is coming in, so we are just hoping that he will chair proceedings right away.
Very well, very well. Then we'll stay within the chamber and bring viewers live proceedings from the floor of Parliament. So as we've heard from Nia Ikwe, Looks like the speaker is making his way back into the chamber now.
I'm glad this is coming here because I was just about to say that the 30 minutes he gave has elapsed. And so we should expect the speaker. I think he has taken his seat.
Yes, we've seen that he's resumed his seat now. So let's join the feed and observe what transpires next in Parliament.
All right.
Kumanov. Keep quiet.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, leadership, we have met, we have taken into consideration all the issues. So let me invite the majority leader and the minority leader to confirm the discussion we've had, so that we can move on smoothly. So, minority leader, if you can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you rightly said, we've had some engagement on the way forward in this chamber. And we've agreed that the outstanding business for today must be taken in view of the assurances that the matters in issue will be ferried to the appropriate quarters, all in the name of democracy, for the right thing to be done. Mr. Speaker, that said, I want to assure you, the Chair, and my respected colleagues to your right, that for the rest of the day, we will discharge our democratic rights in this chamber by supporting government business. I shall conclude, however, by expressing a displeasure on a matter that nearly marred the beauty of our engagement as a parliament. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of brains. This is a house where we apply knowledge to resolve issues. We do not use brow to resolve issues. My respected colleague, Honorable Nogbe of Ashama, sought permission from his leaders, and I'm happy that the respected majority leader said no to his request. That leader, allow us to beat them. Who are you going to beat? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, never, never, ever. I want my respected colleague Nogbe to know, never, ever should it be that he would open his mouth to say he would beat somebody in this house. He is gaining notoriety for this. We are all brothers and sisters in this chamber. When we are unhappy about something, we express that displeasure, but we will not attack anybody. We are law abiding. So I will plead with my respected friend Nogbe that in future, when there are certain things, he should know how he would make certain utterances. I will not accept it, but today, because of the engagement with my respected colleague, who is also my senior, the majority leader remains my senior, and I respect him, and I respect the chair, and our side will respect your side, all in the interests of Ghana. But this issue of threats, never again – should it happen. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Majority Leader. Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleagues on the other side, the leadership, and our side have had some discussions, and we have been briefed adequately about the concerns that have agitated friends on the other side. I have committed myself to following up on those issues, and I'll report back to my friend opposite in due course. I believe that with that understanding, we should proceed to deal with the items number 10 on the order paper. But then also, we want to combine two reports, that is 5 and then 6. And so we crave your indulgence to suspend the applicable standing orders so that he can lay and then take the procedural motions captured in addendum of the order paper, which is procedural motion number 2 on the order paper, but before then be permitted to lay the report number 6 under item 1 of the order paper addendum. So, Speaker, I so move.
Very well. No, I'm not giving you the floor, please. Honorable members, let me invite you to page 2, item listed 9. Motion by the chairman. We have to. We should. Okay. Well. Honorable member.
Right, Honorable
Let's
Speaker.
first and foremost turn to the addendum paper.
Very well.
So, the chairman of the committee, you may do the presentation. That is item 1 on the addendum paper.
Sit report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as a minister.
Honourable members, the report has been duly laid. The report is to be distributed to honourable members. Yes. We will take item 2 on the addendum together with item 9 on the main paper together.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to take item numbered 9 on page 2 of today's order paper and item numbers 2 at page 1 of the order paper addendum. Right, Honorable Speaker, these are procedural motions. So, Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding the provision of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given. The motion for the adoption of the 5th and the 6th report of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nominations for appointment as ministers be now moved today. Mr. Speaker, I so moved the motions jointly.
Honourable members, the motion listed 9 in the main paper and 2 in the addendum paper has been moved by the chairman of the committee. Now we are looking for one to second.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the first deputy minority whip has seconded the motion. Now the motions are before the House for consideration. But since this is a procedural motion, I'll go ahead and put the question. All those in favor that the motion listed 9 in today's order paper and 2 in the addendum paper, all those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. The procedural motion is hereby adopted. Now we take motion 10 in today's order paper as well as motion 3 in the addendum paper together. Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to move motion numbered 10 at page 3 on today's order paper together with motions numbered 3 at page 1 of today's order paper. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House adopt the 5th and the 6th reports of the Appointment Committee on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as a minister. Right, Honourable Speaker, I so moved the 2 motions jointly. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the motion has been moved. Any seconder? Are you seconding?
Speaker, I wish to second it. However, there is a matter that we have to raise. Speaker, I think that we have peace and we are okay with that. The report, many of our colleagues, Chairman, before you do that, many of our colleagues don't have copies of the report. I want to plead with the chairman. No, well, if it's loaded, you've not been told. It's just me, senior. Speaker, in my other world, when I was there, I go down to the printing room. It's a fact. I go down to the printing room to facilitate. I want to plead with our colleagues. We have first-time MPs who wants to clear their throat. The honourable member at the back there, he had whispered into my ear that he wants to clear his throat. They don't have copies. Chairman, today is Friday. We want to help and leave the chamber ASAP. We do not have copies of the report. Signal the clerks to make copies. Speaker, this is an important business. We want to... Speaker, we have no objection. Indeed, they don't have copies. I'm speaking for them. They are now sharing. No.
Right, Honourable Speaker.
Speaker, just to draw their attention. You see, there is a way the majority chief whip, if I get your attention, You are yet to be baptized. You know that. I have not baptized you. Speaker, I have not baptized my good friend. Go down to the printing room.
Go there. Tell him.
Why? Without the report, we will not second the motion. And they will not speak in support. Go down to the printing room and get us copies of the report.
You have been an armchair. He's an armchair.
The leader is seated, and these are the things you should do to enable the leader of the house to function. You are not doing it.
He's making himself an armchair.
Please, get us copies of the report.
He's making himself an armchair whip.
Mr. Speaker, please, this is a very important matter. Mr. Speaker, the reports have been procured and distributed. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, now we have gone digital. The reports have been uploaded. So, Mr. Speaker, and every member, even the order paper, Mr. Speaker, even the order paper is displayed. So this attempt to say that reports are not available.
Honorable Majority,
reports are here.
Chief Whip. Honorable Majority Whip, please.
Speaker, the report for the records. I am an environmentalist, and I would have wished that we have soft copies of this report. The ICT department had given a prior notification that the report will be uploaded. All of us, for the benefit of the doubt, look on your screen and check if the report has been uploaded. The report has not been uploaded. We want to help you pass your nominees. You are not helping yourself. Majority Leader, they are not helping you. They are not helping you. The Chief Whip is not helping you. Chief Whip, you are always seated. No, it's not there. Get us copies. You are becoming an armchair whip.
Are you seconding the motion?
Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Patrick Boama.
Mr. Speaker, I think the minority chief whip have given the indication. Until there is a clear indication from our back that they have the report, we are not seconding the motion. And Mr. Speaker, it must be on record that there is nothing on our screen. There is no report on our screen. So it's not accurate when the minority whip says that we have the report. And what we have here is just the order paper, the business statement, and nothing more. So if we are supporting a motion, to what? We don't have copies.
I believe now we have enough report. Yes, Honorable Patrick Boama.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion to support for the adoption of the report of the Appointments Committee on the present appointment of the following: Mr. Ali Adolf as the Minister Designate for the Northern Region, Mr. John Kwejo Japon for the Oti regions, James Gunu for the Volta region, and Rita Akosia Awate for the Eastern region. Mr. Speaker.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. I believed when the procedure is set down, we need to follow the procedure. I have moved the motion. I present the committee's report before they come in to second and then support the adoption of the report. So, Mr. Speaker, may I be permitted to present the report?
Go ahead. I thought we've done that.
Very well. Mr. Speaker, with the permission to move the motion jointly, I will then move to present the report also jointly. The 5th and the 6th reports jointly. Mr. Speaker, the 5th report is on His Excellency the President's nomination for appointment as ministers. The following people: Mr. Ali Adolf John as Minister for Northern Region, Mr. John Kojo Japon as Minister for Oti Region, Honorable James Gunu as Minister for Volta Region, Ms. Rita Akosua Awate as Minister for Eastern Region. Mr. Speaker, the 6th report is on Honorable Mubarak Muntaka as Minister Designate for Interior. Mr. Speaker, following the referral to the Appointment Committee, the committee met and considered the nomination of those above mentioned. Mr. Speaker, at the committee meeting regarding Mr. Ali Adolf John, the following questions were posed and answers were provided. Mr. Speaker, there was question on addressing the issue of KIA headquarters and rural urban migration. There was also questions on initiatives to improve the economy and alleviate poverty among the youth of the northern region. Mr. Speaker, there was a question on enhancing irrigation for farms in the northern region, addressing post-harvest losses, addressing issues relating to witchcraft camp in the northern region. Questions were posed to him on promoting peace and harmony among the tribes in the northern region, how he's going to address the social amenity challenges in the northern region. And Mr. Speaker, many more questions were posed to him. Mr. Speaker, the next person to appear before the committee was Mr. John Kojo Japon. Mr. Speaker, questions regarding the role of regional minister, youth empowerment through agro-business, uplifting agriculture in the region, addressing conflict in Nkwanta town, improving connectivity in the Oti region, managing the cultural diversity in the region, among others, were posed to him. Mr. Speaker, Honorable James Gunu for Volta region was asked the following questions: alleged politically motivated attack on honorable members of parliament, ensuring safety and security in the region, protecting the region's coastal belts and addressing tidal waves, promoting tourism in the region, boosting internally generated funds, IGF, in the district assemblies, addressing complaints on fund management between DCEs and MPs, among others, were asked. Mr. Speaker, the questions posed to Ms. Rita Akosua Awate were as follows: balancing PhD studies with ministerial responsibilities, collaborations with members of parliament and stakeholders, enhancing capital for MMDAs, addressing chieftaincy disputes in the Eastern region, protecting river bodies in the Eastern region regarding Galamsey, regulating sand winning activities in the Eastern region, promoting tourism in the Eastern region, reducing crime rates in the Eastern region, among others, were posed. Mr. Speaker, I would urge the Hansard Department to capture the entire report, particularly the answers provided as having been read by me. Mr. Speaker, I will then move to the 6th report, which is on Honorable Mubarak Muntaka. Mr. Speaker, questions were posed regarding review of security services recruitment by the prior administration, the quota system of recruitment on regional basis, enhancing professionalism in security agencies, addressing promotion processes and posting in the security agencies, measures to address small arms proliferation in the country, addressing perception of transfer as punishment, ensuring non-partisanship within the security services, collaboration with the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Rural Affairs, leadership in the agencies under the Ministry of Interior, brutality of citizens in police custody, welfare issue of security agencies, stakeholder engagement to repose trust in the security agencies in Ghana, among others, were posed. Mr. Speaker, I will equally urge the Hansard Department to also capture the 6th report as having been read by me. Mr. Speaker, I will then proceed to put the conclusion of the 2 reports together and to inform the House that the committee proposed for consideration of this House by consensus that this House adopt the committee's report and approve the undermentioned minister designates as ministers for the respective ministries. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Yes, let's now invite Honorable Patrick Boama to second the motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to second the 5th and 6th reports of the Appointments Committee. Mr. Speaker, since they are consensus reports, I'll make some few comments on our colleague for Asawase, who is the Minister Designate for the Interior Ministry. Mr. Speaker, we all know the role of the Minister of Interior as being the chief custodian of our internal security. Underneath, you have a lot of security agencies that he controls, including the Narcotics Control Commission. Mr. Speaker, he answered questions satisfactorily on narcotics and the airliner he's supposed to bring to the House for approval for the implementation of the narcotics or the medicinal cannabis implementation under the Narcotics Control Act. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, our colleague also distinguished himself when asked questions about security around Boko, the proliferation of small arms, promotions into the security services, and some other related activities on NADMO. We believe as a House that we've worked with Honorable Muntaka, the member for Asawase. We know of his competences, we know of his passion for the job as a member of Parliament, both within and without, and we have no doubt as a House. And on our side, we thank the President for nominating him to serve in his cabinet, and we wish him the very best. On the 5th report, Mr. Speaker, I was just watching TV at the cafeteria, and I saw the Minister Designate for the Volta region with the President Aho, and here we are debating a consensus report on him. I don't know in which capacity is there. Maybe he knows that he's got the numbers on his side to approve of him. I also saw Honorable Kodo, the former Prime Minister for the Western Togoland, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's just by the way. Mr. Speaker, they answered questions that straddles both regions, or all the 4 regions. Challenges that members of Parliament face with regional ministers, or regional ministers do face, are the fact that they don't have even budgetary allocations. They always rely on allocations made to them from the Office of the President. Challenges with their MMDCs who feel independent in the performance of their duties. And the challenges members of Parliament do have with MMDCs who are under his watch and control. They also answered questions on regional security, chieftaincy issues, land disputes, and what have you. And also their determination to see through the cultivation of local raw materials to support local industries. We urge the regional ministers to walk the talk and ensure that they perform in accordance with the functions that they've been bestowed upon by various legislations and the Constitution of this country. Mr. Speaker, not to belabor the point, I wish all the regional minister nominees the very best and success in their respective regions. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the 2 motions have been moved and they have been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. Because today is Friday, we will restrict ourselves to 2 contributors from each side. 2, then we come to leadership. And even with 2, we have to work around 5 minutes. Once you get the opportunity, please, your contribution should be around 5 minutes. So 2 from each side. The majority side have already given their list to me, but I think from minority side, I'll call from, yes, let him start from you, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to speak on the 6th report of the Appointments Committee on His Excellency's, the President's nomination for appointment as Minister of Interior. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Muntaka has been a darling and an asset in this House and also for his constituents in Ashanti region as a whole. Honorable Muntaka is my neighbor, and then he borders the Kwabri East. And you have seen from his records in this House that he has excelled himself, even in Ashanti region, amongst where we see that he's in a den of lions, where he's in the midst of a lot of opposition MPs. But through it all, Honorable Muntaka has excelled in everything that he does and has been a beacon of light and hope for himself, for opposition, and for his compatriots as well. A particular mention where I would like the Honorable Minister to focus is on the security services. I think a lot has been said on the new recruits that went through the previous government, and a lot of people are sitting on tenterhooks as to their fate, even as now they are in training. And even as we know that government is a continuing business, I would like the Honorable Minister, when in office, to assure these people that they are all Ghanaians and they all deserve to be employed into the forces as well. On the subject of prison reforms, a lot of people, when they go back, when they return from prison, turn back hardened, more hardened than they were before they went into prison. And this happens when, the rehabilitation process in the prisons is not adequately done. And you see that 80% of people, return from prison and then they go back to prison. And I would like to implore and plead with the Honorable Minister that when he is in government, when he's confirmed, he should ensure that the rehabilitation process that goes in prisons are well done and well thought through before it goes. I'd like to say and congratulate the Honorable Minister again for his nomination, and I know fairly well that this House will endorse him and confirm him as the next Minister of Interior. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Member for Kwabere East. So let me invite Honorable Ladi Ayi Ayamba. Honorable, you speak around 5 minutes.
Pardon me, Mr. Speaker.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will try as much as I can. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me thank His Excellency the President for the nominations that he has made to our regions and to the Ministry of Interior. I congratulate those ministers who have been nominated, and I want to just delve a bit into that of Northern Region because of the issues there. I listened to him carefully, and the issue of Kayaye, which has been always something that I have cherished to talk and listen to, came up. His response was very good, was excellent. And I just want to urge him that if he is listening to me, he should stand by it that he is going to ensure that we have jobs in our various regions to enable the youth, especially the women, the girl child, to stay back in the Northern Region, whichever part they come from, and work rather than come to Accra. And that we do not in any way wish that they come down to Accra thinking that because there are a few hostels that were built, they should leave home and then come here and carry goods. It's better they work at home. So you should stick to it. The issue of witchcrafts, I have been to most of those camps when I was chairperson for gender. Mr. Speaker, it is not the best at all for the old women, people who simply cannot do anything for themselves. He should try as much as he can to work with the chiefs and elders and traditional rulers, others who are there, the queen mothers, to support them, because they find it difficult to go back to where they were brought from, to those camps. Mr. Speaker, the issue of chieftaincy problems, he said he would dialogue with them and he would talk and have some discussions, collaborate with them, the security services and what have you. It's becoming an eyesore, and it's really pathetic. Some of us, when we sit and we listen to these things, it's quite worrying. This isn't how it was. Let us understand one another so that we can live together. Then we have a lady that is for Eastern Region. I congratulate her directly because she is one of us, the women. And I just want to say that she should work and work hard. She shouldn't relent on her effort. She should study and ensure that she is working as expected and shouldn't disappoint His Excellency John Dramani Mahama in the policies that are being put in place. She should work. She shouldn't let it be like, after all, we've given to a woman. That is what pains me. I'm hurt when I see that. It shouldn't be like a woman has also been given. No, she should work as much as she can, even work better than the men. Excuse me, I'm not against any man. Mr. Speaker, now I wish to talk a little too about Honorable Muntaka. Congratulations, my dear brother. You have worked hard. You deserve it. Your leadership roles have spelled it all out. I have been in this house with you for not less than 12 years, and I know how hard you have worked. I know how you have exhibited your skills. I remember and I recall when you had to lead us to ensure that at least while we were in opposition, we were still able to make sure that we had a speaker. Please continue fighting hard. Ensure that you do not think of sidelining. Don't sideline, but do the right thing. It's a very sensitive area. It's an area where if you are not careful, people will begin zooming in, and I think you know it better. talking and saying whatever. Please ensure that you work hard, ensure that your leadership skills are put out more, and make sure that you do the needful. The police service have always been out there. Always. We are always and always having issues. I will be grateful if you can ensure that you dialogue with them, work as team members, and ensure that their name is uplifted.
Thank you.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I wish Honorable Muntaka all the best. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Let me give it to Member for Tepa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Muntaka Mohammed Mubarak for his appointment. I know Honorable Muntaka is a very hard-working personality. His human relations to everybody is very good. We know how to relate to everybody, no matter your political party you belong to. And I wish him well. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to draw Honorable Muntaka's attention to Act 927, which states, among others, that there shall be a National Disaster Management Fund. Why am I drawing his attention? Sometimes NADMO staffs go to disaster scenes and they are sometimes attacked. They are sometimes prevented from carrying out their normal duties. Why? Because in carrying out their response activities and doing need assessments, some people think after the need assessment there will be no relief items, and therefore they prevent them from doing so. But that is not the fault of the NADMO staffs. It is as a result of financial problems, the late release of funds to NADMO. That is why those things happen. So I want to draw his attention that the Act talks about the source of funding to the National Disaster Fund, and that is through the 3% of District Assembly's Common Fund. So I'm appealing to him to look at it so that NADMO staff can carry on their preventive and reactive responsibilities without any hindrance. Mr. Speaker, the Mid-Country Immigration Training Institution in Ghana for Ghana Immigration Service is situated at Tepa in my constituency. The traditional authorities has released a big land to National Immigration Service. I want to appeal to the Honorable Minister to help Ghana Immigration Service to secure funds to fence and protect the land from encroachment. With this, I'm done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Now, we turn to Zerula Ibrahim, Salaga West, Salaga South. 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion considering the President's nominee, 4 for regional minister positions and 1 for the Interior Ministry. Mr. Speaker, the Northern Regional Minister designate, Honorable Adolf Ali, attended the vetting and acquitted himself creditably. Mr. Adolf demonstrated his deep knowledge about the region, the northern region, and the intricacies of balancing politics, religion, chieftaincy, and tribes and clans, and gave the committee the assurance that he was going to deploy his well-known and well-attested diplomatic skills to ensure that conflict in any part of the region will be eliminated. Mr. Speaker, for those of us who know Honorable Adolf at close range, we take his word We know how serious-minded he is, and we know that he has the capability to deliver on his mandate. I can only wish him well. Mr. Speaker, on the Interior Minister designate, our leader, Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, equally acquitted himself very well before the vetting committee. And in addition to giving us responses that addressed a lot of technical issues within the Interior Ministry, he also spiced his responses with a lot of anecdotes that really brought home governance to the barest minimum for the understanding of the ordinary Ghanaian. Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, for those of us who entered this house in the 8th Parliament, demonstrated his leadership skills. He never went through the chamber without stopping by us at the back bench to check on how we were doing. He actually had the habit of always entering the chamber through the back bench. He would spend not less than 3 to 4 minutes talking to us, pepping us up, and encouraging us. For those of us who had opportunity to serve with him on the Appointments Committee, Honorable Muntaka mentored us. He guided us. He told us the appropriateness of some questions and inappropriateness of other questions. I, for example, as a member of the then Appointments Committee, was told by Honorable Minister not to ask the then Minister Designate for Fisheries, Honorable Howard Kumsen, a question. He told me the same thing when Honorable Nitiwo appeared before the committee. And when I asked why, he reminded me that Honorable Howard Kumsen, I should remember that she was from my constituency. Honorable Nitiwo was my neighbor, and he could create confusion for me if I got on his wrong side. This is leadership. And today we can attest to how invaluable those advisors were. Mr. Speaker, for everyone who attended or watched Honorable Muntaka's vetting, there was one phrase that ran through, and I tried to count the number of times until I lost count. At every turn, he referred to the national interest. Everything for him is about the national interest. And I remember, as new entrants to this house, he reminded us to be guided by the national interest. And today it ran through almost all his responses. Indeed, the minority leader, Honorable Afenyomakin, had occasion to commend him for his sincerity and truthfulness. Honorable Muntaka showcased great knowledge in his ministry, a ministry that carries all the security agencies of this country, from the police to the fire service, to the prison service, to immigration.
Thank you.
He told us that he was going to ensure that these agencies were properly retooled. And I'm sure any MP who heard Honorable Muntaka will be relieved, because it gives assurance that he's going to take off the burden of these agencies running to MPs.
Thank you.
To seek support and resources for their agencies. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate all nominated ministers. I wish them all the best. And to Honorable Muntaka Mubarak, I said, Mungo de ma Allah.
Thank you very much. Now we turn to the leadership.
Mr. Speaker, on our part leadership, I will yield to Honorable Nyindam, except to add that under Order 63.1, the last comment of our sister should properly be interpreted for Hansard. If you look at Order 63.1. Mr. Speaker. So I yield to Honorable Nyindam for leadership. Honorable Nyindam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank leadership for the opportunity given to me to speak on their behalf. Let me use this opportunity to congratulate my boss, Honorable Muttaka, and let me place on record that he's the longest serving chief whip in Ghana's parliament. And it's not for nothing that he was vetted this morning. The House has to suspend its rules and to approve him the same day. It shows that he's demonstrated leadership as a chief whip. And those of us who happen to also serve as chief whip, we are very proud of him. Like others have said, you are going to a ministry that almost all security agencies are under you. I know you have what it takes to shepherd and to provide Ghanaians security both day and night. We know you are capable, and that is what we expect from you. Mr. Speaker, concerning small arms in the hands of individuals, I want the minister to take this issue very seriously. Because if you look at the just ended elections and previous elections, you will realize that even when men in uniform were not wielding arms, most of our foot soldiers who went to attack places were carrying arms. And this is a very dangerous thing. You must look at it because it is a recipe for disaster. One other thing I was expecting maybe to hear from my Honorable Chief Whip has to do with members of Parliament. It is true that we have police. Every member of Parliament is entitled to police now. But unfortunately, in the night, it's a different thing altogether. So I want Honorable Minister to take a look at that issue because the attacks first goes to members' houses. And I don't want to remind this House about the sad issues that happened to a colleague of ours here, where in his home, unfortunately, he lost his life. Fortunately, people have been moved away from their traditional homes. Families have been brutalized because one is suspected to be a witch or a wizard. These situations need much attention. I also want to urge the OT Regional Minister to take a critical look about the conflict in Nkwanta North, Nkwanta itself, that is Nkwanta South. It is a very, very, very devastating issue, and I want to urge him not to sit down. He should look at that conflict very well, try as much as possible to bring peace to Nkwanta so that the people in Nkwanta and its environs, including the OT region itself, can enjoy some kind of peace. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to congratulate the nominees. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nyindam. Now the majority leadership.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to add my voice to the motion to approve the nominees for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker, I will start with my boss, Honorable Muntaka. In fact, I have worked with him and I have never regretted. Because when I came in first to this chamber, he called and said, sit in the chamber at least 2 hours and learn. The chamber itself is a university of its own. If you can sit for just 2 hours in this chamber, you will learn a lot, because from archaeology to zoology passes through this chamber. And I took his advice and make sure every day I spend 2 hours in this chamber. Mr. Speaker, I spent more than 2 hours at least. Mr. Speaker, he has been sent to the Ministry of Interior. There is something that is missing, and I don't know how we will correct it. We have villages that don't have access to communication. They don't have network. So they apply, even if they reply them to come to training or to come to the camp, they don't even get access to the information. And such villages are there, especially when you get to Adan, there is no network. A lot of the villages, my island communities, so a lot of them love to be in this security, but because there is no network, they are cut off. Minister, let's find a way so that everybody in Ghana will enjoy our security services. Mr. Speaker, one thing that baffles me a lot is whenever they are recruiting the people, there are general duties. Some of them are just going to arrest thieves. And they say they should bring masks. If you are going to arrest thief, what does the arresting of thief got to do with mass?
You do calculations.
Because when you see the thief, you are not going to work any mathematics there before you arrest the thief. So, Mr. Speaker, those who are strong to arrest the thieves, because when you go to the bungalows and they hear that there are robbers there, they will all hide in their rooms. When the robbers are gone, before they will come out with their dogs and say, where are the thieves? Where are the robbers? By that time, they've gone. Let us recruit those who can arrest them and stop disturbing them with mass so that they can do the work for us. Mr. Speaker, some of the things are rare, but we don't want to accept it. Mr. Speaker, the rest of the ministers, they are capable. So this House together, we should all approve them so that they can go and serve the nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the contributions, the question is all those in favor of the motion listed in today's order paper as motion 10, as well as motion listed 3 in the addendum paper. All those in favor say aye. All those against say no. Honourable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion is hereby adopted. And that this Honourable House has approved His Excellency the President's nomination of Mr. Ali Adolf G. John as Minister Designate for the Northern Region, Mr. John Kojo Japan as Minister Designate for Oti Region, Mr. James Gunu as Minister Designate for Volta Region, Ms. Rita Akosia Awate as Minister Designate for Eastern Region, and Honorable Mohammed Mubarak Muntaka as Minister Designate for Ministry of Interior. Honourable members, on behalf of the House, let me extend our congratulatory message to all the ministers designate, to the regions as well as our own Honorable Mubarak Muntaka. Honorable, we wish you well. Leadership. Yes, Honorable Chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to congratulate the approved ministers, and on their behalf, thank the committee and the entire House for approving them unanimously. Mr. Speaker, I'm so grateful for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman of the Appointment Committee. Leadership, any indication? Leader. Leader. Leader of the House, if you indulge me, today I understand is World Education. Is it World Education Day? So if you indulge me, we can take that statement. You have so many statements, but you can take that one alone. It's a statement that commemorates with the day. So if you permit me, anyway, I mean, well, honorable members, I think the pressure of the House is to adjourn the House. Monday, Tuesday. Honorable members, so we will adjourn the House to Tuesday, Tuesday 12 noon. Tuesday 12 noon. Honorable members, once again, let him thank you for your cooperation in spite of the hitches. The House stands adjourned.
So they have a live proceedings from Parliament. The House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 28th of January 2025 at 12 noon. This is still a live coverage of the vetting process of the appointment committee as well as its attendant approval from Parliament itself. So you have there the approval of the 4 regional minister designates who were vetted yesterday by the appointment committee from the northern to the voter to T2, the eastern region, and then the approval of the Honorable Mohammed Muntaka Mubarak, the Asawasi MP, as well as the minister designate for the Ministry of the Interior. Now, all 5 await swearing in of President John Dramani Mahama, but I have been joined once again by Sami Wiafe, my colleague here at Channel 1 TV and City FM. Sami, welcome.
Hi, Adjoa.
So we've had a long day. This is the final round for today. We've seen the approval process. Earlier, it was preceded by some, protests in the House. They suspended briefly. They came back, and then the process has resumed for its conclusion. So far, what are your thoughts before we take leave of our audience?
Well, the normal process, as we saw with the other, batches of ministers who were approved by Parliament and subsequently sworn in by the President. Now that they are done, what is left for the President to swear them? Even though
they've been approved by Parliament, they still can't hold themselves as ministers. They still remain ministers of state designate until the president swears them in. We are told later today or maybe Monday when they are sworn in by His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. So we will say congratulations to them. We wish them all the best. And then we expect them to deliver on the promises the NDC at that time made to the Ghanaian people in the lead up to the general election in 2024. President Mahama, from the look of things, looks like President Mahama is a man in a hurry. And he wants to get things done.
He has made promises, so he has to deliver on them.
He told us that one of the first things he will do within the first 120 days is to set up his government. And from the look of things, he's doing that. And he's on the right course in fulfilling that promise he made to the Ghanaian people. So let's see what happens the days to come. This badge will be sworn in with the others who were, approved by Parliament, the Opare, Georgia Parado squad, the Emily Arthur, and then those ones.
So those were 6.
Those were
plus
6.
This,
yes.
The 5 that have just been
making
approved,
it
so
11.
That's 11.
Yeah. So I'm sure when the president is swearing them, he will swear all of them in. It will not be like he did with the first 3. He will do all this together.
We have some 2 minutes before we go. We know the president still has some 18 more ministers to nominate to various positions. What is your expectation in terms of the timelines, looking at what he has promised and what he's doing currently?
Well, next week, God willing, he will bring out that list, because earlier, if you listen to Mahama Yariga, leader of government business in Parliament, majority leader, he mentioned that by next week, the president will bring the final list of 18 ministers. So hopefully by next week, those deputy, and mostly they also be deputy ministers.
Right.
Remember when the president also swore in forcing them, Doctor, he also mentioned that he will bring the final list by next week. So we'll see those ones coming out as deputy ministers. And when that is done, the government is
and they are also going to face the
yes, sure. They also go through vetting because they are
approval.
going as ministers. So they'll go through vetting. The appointment committee will vet them or interview them. And I hope that they will ask good questions.
We all hope they do ask good questions. Thank you so much, Samiri Afe. Earlier we had Nana Tufo-Boateng also joining for our discussion, but this is where we draw the curtains on today's discussions. My name is Ajuatin Kramadumna. Thank you very much for your company. Enjoy your evening.
Step up with DSTV and we'll show up by giving you more incredible entertainment.
Going to have a little fun.
Upgrade your subscription between the 13th of January and the 31st of March and get an even higher package for a whole month on us.
Buckle up, here we go.
There's nothing better than putting a little bit in but getting a lot out.
Time to boost some office morale. Incredible!
If you want to build a future, you gotta know what you want.
Step up and we'll show up on your home of entertainment, DSTV.
The Heritage Caravan 2025 is officially sold out! Thank you for your patronage. Now get ready for an unforgettable adventure with the Heritage Caravan 2025. We will experience a cultural revelation as we travel through 14 unique regions, each offering a deep dive into the nation's history, traditions, and natural beauty.
And he's coming this way, which means I have to start going away.
You have done half of the way. You have half more to go. How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
Okay, I'll never do this again. From Sunday the 2nd of March to Sunday the 9th of March 2025. Pack your bags and let's set off on the road trip of a lifetime with an unmatched opportunity to explore landmarks, taste authentic Ghanaian cuisine, experience the art, to network and to connect with the people who make Ghana truly special. This is more than a tour. It's a chance to experience the soul of Ghana, to witness its growth and to create lasting memories. Follow all Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM social media handles for updates with the hashtag Heritage Caravan 2025.
We are chilling. Please, they are going to come to send us into the bus.
Yes, I like that.
The Heritage Caravan 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV in partnership with the Ghana Tourism Authority with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by the National Lottery Authority, Hollard Insurance, Omnibasic Bank and Goyle PLC. Terms and conditions apply. It's time to reset yourself and everything else around you for success in the new year. Tune in to the Effective Living Series 2025 this January on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM. Start your year with insightful discussions and expert tips on personal growth, health, success, and more. From the 6th of January, Joy Apioko and Caleb Kuda engage our guests with various expertise on the Effective Living Series for a comprehensive guide to resetting your life in 2025.
This is the Effective Living Series 2025
on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM. My name is Caleb Kudas.
My name is Apioko Sarah Mashong Abe. Apioko will suffice.
Week 1 kicks off with Personal Reset. Week 2 focuses on resetting your personal economy. Week 3 is all about resetting your health. Week 4, resetting business, calibrate, remodel, and rebuild. Catch the Effective Living Series live on the City Breakfast Show on 97.3 City FM and Breakfast Daily on Channel 1 TV, Monday through Thursday. Don't miss out on transforming your life for the better every week only on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM. The Effective Living Series 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Hallmark Cafe. Hallmark Cafe, delight in every sip and bite.
We have recorded tremendous success in ensuring that the vision of our founding fathers does indeed become a reality.
We welcome you to the next Africa Prosperity Dialogues and the Africa Prosperity Champions Awards, which take place in Accra, Ghana from the 30th of January to the 1st of February 2025.
I will work to foster the partnerships that transcends our borders, and I'll work collectively with you towards regional stability, economic growth, and mutual respect.
We see our role in enabling Africans to have a better future.
We indeed have what it takes. There is no dream which is too big or impossible.
On occasions like these, we give ourselves an excellent opportunity to showcase the difference we can make.
To register, visit africaprosperitynetwork.com. Africa Prosperity Dialogues 2025, delivering Africa's single markets through infrastructure. Invest, connect, integrate.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
It's so cool!
Get big value. Get big entertainment.
Very good.
Perfect! Upgrade and get even more with GoTV. GoTV. Love it.
Tomatoes,
They could be Ghana's red gold. The soil is ideal, and they've been cultivated in the country for decades. Yet Ghana's tomato factories now stand empty, and farmers are opting to leave the country. The reason is that tomatoes have become gambling chips in global trade policy, as have other products. Africa is a lucrative market. Shipments of canned tomatoes, milk powder and frozen chicken from industrialized nations promise huge profits. Global trade policies are destroying domestic markets and forcing people to leave their countries. Edward, for one, no longer harvests tomatoes in Ghana but in Italy under appalling conditions. Ghana built up its tomato industry after gaining independence in 1957. The country was keen to develop its economy and utilize its own natural resources. Today, all of Ghana's tomato processing plants have shut down, including this one in Pwalugu. There are many reasons: an unstable power grid, unsuitable tomato varieties, and global trade policy. Italy, China, and other countries are dumping canned and processed tomatoes on Ghana.
It still look fresh. That's why when I come, I'm a security. I sweep. When I'm not tight, I go to fetch water and come. Nobody asks me, but I feel it's a bit good for me and for everybody. So I have to do it. We are at the factory. So it shows that the factory is still alive. It's not completely dead.
Last year I did tomatoes, good 2 acres. Before God and man, if you see the way the tomatoes was wrapped, lying down there, no market. And this factory too was not working. So I was just crying.
Vincent Atinga now grows onions instead of tomatoes. He also used to work at the factory. He and other former workers still come here. They can't bear the thought of giving it up. This factory once provided a livelihood to an entire region.
I know the secret of the factory. I know the importance of the factory. Because if this factory is working, a lot of people are getting jobs. So as it has closed, it's very sad. And everything is working. There's no any fear that these machines are not working. I'm here all the time.
It gives us headache that you have something that could have touched lives is there sitting with you and not working. It's something that is so frustrating. If this factory is workable again, it is going to be the light of the north.
We still hang, take care of the police, but we think one day. Hello, I want to speak to the Minister of Trade. Yeah, please, this call is coming from Northern Star Tomatoes Factory, Pwalugu. If you could do something like the Italian tomatoes, the Chinese tomatoes that they import into the country, because we have good quality tomatoes in Ghana. If you can support us a lot, we can also do much so that the factory will sustain. Yes, sir. Okay, I hear you. Thank you, sir.
Even if the Minister of Trade were on the line, he wouldn't be able to simply call a halt to tomato imports. Trade policies are a global competition, and the more powerful players stand a better chance at accessing the most lucrative markets. It's the people on the ground who lose out. Benedicta Afrifa is a tomato farmer in Tuobodom, in the middle of one of Ghana's main tomato production regions. The many day laborers looking to be hired during the harvest season attest to widespread unemployment. Even at the busiest time of year, some won't find work.
Is in there yet. The second deputy speaker who suspended the House.
He was presiding at the moment
when the confusion
started.
But now he's not there, and from Aikwe, he's not very sure whether there's any consultation going on, even from the leadership of
because
both
the leadership are still in the chamber.
Exactly. Nana, how do we move forward from here?
And that's the difficulty. That's what I was trying to establish earlier, that even though you have the numbers, there's still the need for engagement, consultations, and collaborations. Because at this point, you need to do business, but someone has chosen to disrupt the business. And we are all at a standstill, waiting and hoping for whatever will happen next.
Nana, I understand Nyaikwe is back on the line, so you can continue.
Very well. Thank you so much for staying with us. Just a quick one. We noticed that the Speaker, Alban Bagman, all through this week has not really been the one presiding over matters. Today he was in the House earlier, and then of course gave the seat to the second Deputy Speaker, Andrew Esiamwa Amwako, to chair. It is under Andrew Esiamwa Amwako's chairmanship that this disruption has happened. If you look at the conduct or the caliber of the Speaker himself, could he have managed this differently to prevent this particular disruption from happening?
Well, so in most cases, when these situations happen, what the second Deputy Speaker would likely do is to suspend the House just as it's done, engage the leadership of both caucuses, and reach a consensus on how to proceed with the sitting of the day. But in this instance, he only suspended. We haven't heard of any engagement with the leaders because the leaders are still in the chamber, and then we do not know what exactly the plan is. But ordinarily, there would have been some engagement in the background, which he would have announced prior to that, so that the House would be in the known. But as it stands now, it was only a suspension, and like I indicated earlier, probably he is expecting that some order would be maintained, and then he could return back to the House to continue with today's proceedings.
Well, what is the convention on going forward? Since now we are both leaders in the chamber with the Speaker out of the chamber. If he comes and he calls the meeting back to order and there's still this level of disruption, what options are available to the Speaker?
If the Speaker comes back and there is still disruption, as you indicated, then he can suspend again and then go and engage the leaders of both caucuses and then reach an agreement on how to proceed with the session. But if there is still not enough cooperation from the minority, just as they are so insistent that they would not conduct any government business if their concern is not addressed, then the second Deputy Speaker could adjourn proceedings for today to probably Monday or Tuesday.
Right. Now, the minority have raised concern with a number of issues. They even have a stance regarding the recent violence in Obuasi, and now they are premising their opposition or disruption on the Ablekuma North parliamentary limbo. If you look at these things and the posturing or the conduct of the minority throughout the 9th Parliament, and even on the appointment committee, what does it tell you about the nature of the 9th Parliament going forward? How do you see the minority's posturing or behavior going forward?
Well, so even at the inauguration of the 9th Parliament, the assurances that were given by the minority was that they were going to ensure cooperation, they were going to ensure that they do not frustrate government business. But just as you indicated, there's been few instances where people have had the need to raise questions about whether indeed the minority is going to stick to these assurances given, because all indications have been that they intend to frustrate government business. There's been earlier instances where they raised the placards and then also chanted the patriotic songs with regard to the Obuasi disturbances, and now regarding this issue of the Ablekuma North parliamentary election results. At a version, there's been instances where the minority leader would issue or come out with long remarks, which some deem it as frustrating the process. So all these things are actually cast doubt on the minds of people or some section of the public that the minority is not committed to collaborating with the government to ensure a seamless, delivery of government business. So that has been the notion that is being created by the minority side of that. But to them, if the government is willing to cooperate with them, they are also willing to cooperate for government business to take place.
Well, the majority has the numbers on their side. The independents have also decided to caucus with the NDC. But we're looking at a new leadership of the party, not necessarily new members of parliament taking up leadership of the caucus, not of the party. What do you think, or how do you see the leadership engaging with their counterparts on the other side to ensure a seamless conduct of government business?
Well, what everyone would think is that indeed the NDC has the majority in the House, and you have well over the quorum to take a decision. So why don't you marshal your numbers into the House for business to take place? The indication or the response that was given by the leadership of the majority caucus yesterday was that this is a new leadership of the caucus. So they do not have some of the new members on the old platform, their WhatsApp platform, where they do these communications to get them on board. So that is the challenge that they are facing now. That is the reason that was given by the leadership yesterday. So if that is the case, then as soon as possible, they have to try and then make sure that they create their platform and, release these information to their members to ensure that they come in handy whenever they are needed for government business to take place. Because it doesn't create the right impression for those who believe that it was appropriate to have offered the NDC the majority in the House. Because once you have over 180, you should be able to have at least quite a number of your members in the House to be able to take decisions without necessarily having to rely on the support or the numbers of the minority to be able to conduct your business in the House. So if the new leadership would come up with innovative ideas or innovative measures on how to marshal their numbers into the House, I believe going forward that would help deal with this situation too far.
Very well, Ni. Now, let's look at recent history and let this be our guide. And let's look at the relationship between the leadership on both sides in recent times. We look at at the helm of affairs now, or does it appear more of a combative type of relationship?
Well, so over the period, the leadership of the House have always had to engage each other to ensure that they roll out government business, because there is no way, in as much as their numbers, the minorities' numbers may not be, quite substantial enough in terms of decision making, they still play a key role, because you wouldn't be able to fully, execute your business without their support. You would always have to engage them, because when it comes to, especially the business committee of the House, you have the minority leader serving as the ranking, which obviously means that he also plays a key role. So you would always have to engage them. But when it comes to the leadership of Mahama Yariga, I can tell you that he is somebody who is very much accommodating. Despite all that we've seen in the House, he never reacted in any way. He was just relaxed, waiting for them to voice out their concerns and then respond. He is not somebody whom I would say that would be that combative, but then offer he would offer the opportunity for the minority to always voice out their concerns and then respond to them. He is also willing to engage them whenever the need arises, because since yesterday that he assumed office, I've realized, or from what I have gathered, he has been engaging the leadership on the minority side on whatever decisions the House intends to take. Today, for instance, this morning, for instance, when he, in his absence, the Deputy Majority Leader, Reconvened, had wanted to take the business statement for today. And then the objection was raised by Frank Anodompe, the minority chief whip, that none of these leaders were available during the business committee session. So it wouldn't be appropriate for any of them to present the business statement because they were not available. It was the old leadership that was available. So if anything at all, it was chaired, that meeting was chaired by the first deputy whip, who handed over to the current leader, so that's Ahmed Ibrahim. So if anything at all, they would expect that he would be the one to take it. But they came in, the minority leader, Alexander Afenyomakin, provided some form of guidance to the majority leader, Mahama Yariga, who obviously also heeded to it and then had to call on the speaker to suspend the orders of the House to ensure that he's offered the opportunity to present the business system. So that was a key form of engagement over there. There wasn't anything combative much from both sides. So they had to learn from that process and take a cue. So that was afterwards, and then the speaker decided to hand over to the second deputy speaker, and then we witnessed all this. So I believe that it will be one of an engaging one between both leaders to ensure that government business does not suffer, because you cannot always be rest assured of having your numbers in the House without the support of the minority.
Very well, Nina. Thank you so much. But before we let you go, if you could just give us a quick recap of how we arrived at this suspension or the disruption caused by the minority. Was it an issue or a statement raised by a member, or did it spring up organically from an existing conversation?
Now, whenever the business statement is presented, it is always done on Friday, so that members of the House will know what is expected to take place from next week going when the House resumes sitting. Now, after the majority leader, Mahama Yariga, had presented the business statement, there was supposed to be reactions from members of the House. If there is supposed to be anything that should be incorporated that have been left out, then he would provide responses on how those issues are going to be addressed going forward. So that was where the minority leader, Alexander Afenyomakin, came in to raise concerns that there's been post-election violence, there's been instances of chaos at the office of the Electoral Commission in the Greater Accra region. And there hasn't been any much security by the police to ensure that they complete the collation of the Ablekuma North parliamentary election results. He has tabled this before the former majority leader, Dr. Kasiel Atoforsen, and according to him, has not acted in favor of them. So he is urging the new leadership led by Mahama Yariga to take this on board and ensure that the concern regarding the Ablekuma North parliamentary election results is addressed. When he finished making that statement, that was when members of the caucus started rising up on their feet and then lifting the placards with the various inscriptions and chanting the patriotic songs, and then subsequently said that no Ablekuma North parliamentary election results, no government business, no parliamentary election results for Ablekuma North, no government business. So that was what actually brought the disruptions, which compelled the second Deputy Speaker, Andrew Esiama Mwakun, to suspend session for 30 minutes.
And as yet, we have no indication as to when the Deputy Speaker returns to the chamber.
Exactly. Once he said 30 minutes, we are just hoping that he will stick to that. Otherwise, we wouldn't be too certain as to what time exactly he would return for business to take place before.
Very well, Nii. Thank you so much for your time, and do stand by with us. We'll be coming to you as and when to get some more updates from that issue.
Well, so if you can hear me,
right?
The latest update is that I've just heard the announcement that the speaker is coming in, so we are just hoping that he will chair proceedings right away.
Very well, very well. Then we'll stay within the chamber and bring viewers live proceedings from the floor of Parliament. Adwa, so as we've heard from Nia Ikwe, looks like the speaker is making his way back into the chamber now.
I'm glad this is coming here because I was just about to say that the 30 minutes he gave has elapsed, and so we should expect the speaker. I think he has taken his seat.
Yes, we've seen that he's resumed his seat now. So let's join the feed and observe what transpires next in Parliament.
All right.
Kumanov, keep quiet.
Honourable members, leadership, we have met, we have taken into consideration all the issues. So let me invite the majority leader and the minority leader to confirm the discussion we've had so that we can move on smoothly. So minority leader, if you can.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you rightly said, we've had some engagement on the way forward in this chamber. And we've agreed that the outstanding business for today must be taken in view of the assurances that the matters in issue will be ferried to the appropriate quarters, all in the name of democracy, for the right thing to be done. Mr. Speaker, that said, I want to assure you, the Chair, and my respected colleagues to your right, that for the rest of the day, we will discharge our democratic rights in this chamber by supporting government business. I shall conclude, however, by expressing a displeasure on a matter that nearly marred the beauty of our engagement as a parliament. Mr. Speaker, this is a house of brains. This is a house where we apply knowledge to resolve issues. We do not use brow to resolve issues. My respected colleague, Honorable Nogbe of Ashama, sought permission from his leaders, and I'm happy that the respected majority leader said no to his request. That leader, allow us to beat them. Who are you going to beat? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, never, never, ever. I want my respected colleague Nogbe to know, never, ever should it be that he would open his mouth to say he would beat somebody in this house. He is gaining notoriety for this. We are all brothers and sisters in this chamber. When we are unhappy about something, we express that displeasure, but we will not attack anybody. We are law abiding. So I will plead with my respected friend Nogbe that in future, when there are certain things, he should know how he would make certain utterances. I will not accept it. But today, because of the engagement with my respected colleague, who is also my senior, the majority leader remains my senior, and I respect him, and I respect the chair, and our side will respect your side, all in the interest of Ghana. But this issue of threats, never again should it happen. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Senior.
Good afternoon, Minority Leader.
How old are you now?
Well, based on the extrapolation that was done to be able to get me my date of birth, it says I should be about 54 now.
So, based on your date of birth on page 1 of your CV, which states you were born October 17th, 1971, you are 54 now.
I should be heading towards 54.
Very well. So you are 53 now?
Yes, Minority Leader.
Senior, in 2009, how old were you? 2009 February, how old were you?
Probably around 37.
So you would agree with me that you had not reached that prime age of 40. As they say, life begins at 40, correct?
Yeah, obviously.
Now, a lot of Ghanaian youth are watching you now. First, share with us useful public life lessons you learned between that age of 37 when you came into public life and now that you are 53 back again into mainstream public life. And for the avoidance of doubt, the public life phrase as I've used now means getting into the executive arm of government. So I'm defining my public life to mean the executive arm of government.
Well, thank you very much, Minority Leader. You are perfectly right. I mean, I want to believe that even when you yourself came to this house some 12, 13 years ago, you admit that I think I was then the majority whip. I was more aggressive than today over the period. Well, as you age, you learn from your mistakes, you learn from the mistakes of others, you read more widely, you experience so many other things. So you learn so much. And the tendency for you to think and review and probably even share with others before you act is much better when you are older than when you are younger. Also, let me also say that in 2009, I had just finished my first term and I started my second term. And frankly speaking, I had never worked with even any government sector. I mean, I was the type, when I completed school, never wanted to work for anybody. I wanted to work for myself. So the closest I did was to work in the private sector. And you know, in the private sector, the attitude, the way of doing things are completely different from the public sector, where in the public sector, age is matter, seniority matter, all those things matter, and what have you and what have you. And the buck sometimes does not necessarily end with you. I mean, you could be the minister, but the buck may not necessarily end with you. Today, I have been in the system for long. I've learned, I mean, you will admit, I've been even in Pan-African Parliament alone. I've been there for over a decade, traveled across the world, at the continent. You see so much that makes you act differently from when you were much younger, that you didn't have the kind of experience that you have when you are in your 50s. So definitely there's a huge difference between my good self. I can tell myself that sometimes my children wonder and say, why are you tolerating this from this constituency? I said, don't worry, the person is young. When he grows, he will understand. So yes, I've learned so much.
You were 37 when you entered into the executive arm of government.
Yes, Honorable Anotilda.
You had some issues with the civil service structure, and you are on record to have said that the chief directors cannot be trusted.
Obviously, that was then. It's part of what I'm saying.
No, I gave you the opportunity to do a general overview.
Yes.
To advise the youth so that they pick something from this. Now I'm delving into the specifics.
That's okay, sir.
Right. Some of the public utterances against the conduct of the chief directors. And you know, you have done a perfect explanation of your background, that you were coming from the private sector and you saw things differently. So it made you say certain things. Today, going back in there, confronted with similar attitude by the civil service, and bear in mind, no doubt, you are going to meet a bureaucracy of permanent government workers who can give you tough time. What would be your posture?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think since I sat here, I've consistently said that I'm joining a team. I want to believe that probably in 2009, I went in thinking that I was the king. Today, I believe that I'm only joining a team. And I've drummed it again and again since morning, that if I have to succeed, it is because this crop of expertise will have to come on board and let us work as a team. If we have to fail, we'll fail together as a team. My attitude is completely different. I'm, by the grace of God and with all humility, as you know, now I even teach leadership in UPSA. I teach master class in leadership. Obviously, you cannot be an effective leader if you think you know it all, or you see people as this, it is you and me. But if you see leadership as playing part of the relay to get us finish a race, and making everybody feel belonging, and everybody's view matter, and everybody feels important. Even the slowest, tortoise will want to speed up to get us finish the race. So that will be the attitude that I'll be going in there, that look, we have to do this together, and I respect your expertise. What do you say? I have to be more listening than doing all the talking. I don't have to act until I'm very sure that all of us, or at least majority of us in the team, believe that that is the best way to act. So it's no longer about me as an individual, it should be about us. I think that will be the attitude that I'll be going in there with. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable
Leader, you have used a word king, and you juxtapose it against your yesterday. Muntaka at 37 thought that leadership meant he being a king. Muntaka at 53 believes that leadership to him is being part of a team. In a recent interview with a Joy FM journalist, you had cause to critique the leadership of the Speaker of the 8th Parliament of Ghana. Do you still hold firm those views as contained in those criticisms of the 8th Parliament Speaker?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me clarify this. I did not criticize the Speaker. I criticized his style. And I believe that for a style, people have their varying views. I respect him. He's mentored me. We agree more on so many other things, but we have areas where we disagree. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable nominee, so I'll give you a bit of a background by way of laying foundation. Then I will mount my question on it, okay? You recall Donald Rumsfeld, a former Defense Secretary of the United States of America.
During George Bush Sr.
Very well. Some journalists were pestering him on some very important matters of state. They pushed him over and over again. I'll try to paraphrase what he said. That there are known unknowns, and there are known unknowns, and there are unknown knowns. Keep that in mind. Foundation 2. Some of your colleagues who I interacted with upon your nomination expressed joy upon the announcement because they say you are very hardworking. But we're quick to also say that when your back is against the wall, you can spill. Let me ask you, are you ready to enter your casket with some debts on you, even when you are innocent, to save the nation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I would say that you are asking the Pope. I'll just give one example to reiterate this. I believe, Minority Leader, you knew how we elected Mr. Speaker into office. Everybody in this country had done everything humanly possible. I believe even including the security agencies to know which of your guys supported us, and they don't know. Because
but we know.
You don't know. It's not
we
true.
know.
You don't. You don't.
We know.
You,
don't
I'm
go
sorry.
there.
I'm
Honorable
sorry.
nominee.
I'm sorry.
Nominee,
My
don't go there,
I'm
but
answering. I'm sorry. Answering question. You asked a question. I hope you let me answer.
Well, but because
yes.
you've introduced
yes,
that,
because I'm saying
we don't
that
know, we know.
You don't. You don't. You can only guess. You cannot say you know.
But do you know?
I worked with people, and I vowed and told them that not even my wife will know this. I will die with it, and I meant it, and I will die with it. I'm telling you that I'm going to this ministry that is security zone, an area where you talk less, you act more. I can assure you that even, I'm sure, Honorable Minority Leader, you and I, in the last few years that will be in this house, not even few, for over a decade.
You are inadvertently spilling.
No, I'm not spilling. I'm saying that over the period.
You are inadvertently spilling.
No, Mr. Minority Leader. I'm saying that over the period that you and I have been in this house, you can attest to the fact that there have been so many things between us that no third person has ever known. And I can assure you that no third person will ever know. Because you can trust me that when I say I am doing this with my honor, I meant I'm doing it on my honor. But obviously, like you rightly said, when you push someone to the wall, I mean, it is said in the account, when you chase a coward to the wall, you see his braveness. Yes, all of us have our values, we have our principle. It gets to a point where if your core values are going to be compromised, you rather prefer to walk away. That is a natural thing. But I can assure you that when it comes to, as people say, spilling the beans, I'll be the last anybody can doubt whether I keep confidentiality. I can be angry and be talking about it, but the details and specifics of things, you can never hear it from me. Yes, I'm human. I'm not an angel. I can have my weakness and strength. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable nominee. Let's go back to your CV. Your residential address is provided thus: B60 Simpson Road, Boteman.
Yes, Minority Leader. Yes, Chairman.
Boteman, that area where you live, you acquired your lease from government.
Yes.
So it was estate land that you rightfully bought.
Yes.
And you have a lease covering it between you and government of Ghana through acting through the Lands Commission.
Yes.
As your leaseor and you being a leasee.
Yes.
You also agree with me that you bought that land because that area was demarcated as a residential area.
Yes.
And that you bought it with equal right as any other person, be it a Ghanaian or a foreigner with the ability to pay.
Rightly so.
How would you feel if any Ghanaian suggests to you that by mere fact that that is a government land, you have taken advantage to acquire, that therefore you are corrupt?
Well, Mr. Chair, what I will say is that I know the whole of East Legon was for the state. There are private people living there, people who had worked in government before, and others. Airport residential was all state land. People acquired them legitimately and are living there. I don't see anything wrong if it is done legitimately and rightly. And I've heard my colleague, the Attorney General, in answering question. If the Land Commission says they advertise, they say they are giving out this piece based on this procedure that is legitimate and you acquire, how can anybody say because of that you are corrupt? But obviously, as you may know, Chair, people have their own perceptions about things. I remember in 2013, in 2009-10, when the late Obutubilante bought the residence that he was in. And then people said morally it was wrong because if you were a minister and you were given a home, how do you end up buying it? And it went up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that it was legitimately done. So far as I'm concerned, if you buy something legitimately and others are saying that, oh, because of this, let them challenge it in a lawful manner and let it be tested. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable nominee. What do you say to some of our compatriots who hold the view that property acquisition is a crime?
Well, everybody has his view about things. I mean, with a greater respect, you may like to take alcohol. I don't. Maybe because my religion forbids. You may like to take pork. My religion forbids me, and I accept and I don't take. You have chosen to have only one wife because your religion will not allow you to go more than one wife. My religion allows me to go up to 4, and I have 2. I mean, so everybody has his view about things. And once someone holds his view about things, and as you know, it's not challenged in a legal court to test that you are doing something illegal, I don't bother myself about that. And you know me in this house that many of you say that I have a thick skin because I don't really bother much about what you are thinking. I rather focus on what I believe is the right thing, and I try to do the best that I can and improve the Muntaka yesterday, the Muntaka of today to be better than the Muntaka of yesterday. That's my focus, but not what people go about saying. Thank you, Chair.
Back to your CV, page 1. Languages spoken and written. Hausa, Twi, Dagbani, and English. I know that some of your Dagomba friends taught you how to speak Dagbani. I don't know whether they taught you how to write Dagbani as well. Oh, I know.
No, Chair is right. I mean, we've had a lot of conversation, so he knows a lot more about me. Yes, I can say, Mr. Chair, permit me to amend this to cancel the unwritten. Because obviously, even the Hausa, I cannot write very well in Hausa. The only one that I can write very well is English. Even Twi, I can't write well. So it's an error or it's a mistake. So if permit me, I will amend it by just saying that language is spoken. Thank you.
Please, permission granted.
Honorable nominee, in Ghana, when a person says, my hometown, in the ordinary meaning of it, what would a person be referring to? To what would lead a person to say Winneba is his or her hometown?
Well, my understanding of hometown is where you are born, or where your parents are born, or where your parents hail from, or your grandfather hail from. So it's just too unfortunate that in our country, our belief is that make reference to only where your grandfather counts. But I think it's absolutely wrong, because if we are going to do that, then all of us will leave this country. We will all not be Ghanaians, because everybody came from somewhere, that moved to somewhere and somewhere and somewhere. So me, my hometown is Kumasi. That's where I was born and bred. That is where I have lived. I have siblings who do not even know Techima, not alone to get to Tamale. Yes, I'm a Southerner with a northern background, and I'm proud of it. I attended Tamale Secondary School. I get to know the families. I visited Kumbongo, where my grandfather hails from, and I'm happy to be at the Gumba. But I was born and bred in Kumasi, and I use Kumasi as my hometown, and I'm very proud of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Share with us a bit of your northern background.
Well, my grandfather, I'm told, my great-grandfather, I'm told, hailed from Kumbung. My grandfather was born around Kumbung, grew up in Kumbung, moved in trading through Salaga, and landed in Kumasi through the challenges that you know that is between the north and the south. So my grandfather died in Kumasi. His grave was buried in Kumasi. My father grew up Kumasi, also died in Kumasi. My mother, born in Tamale and moved to Kumasi, I'm told, when she was just about 2 years, and has since been in Kumasi to today. I born and bred in Kumasi. My father has 41 of us. I'm number 14, and all of us born, I think with the exception of 2 that my father said they were born in Salaga. All the others, 39 of us, born and bred in Kumasi. And it is Kumasi that all of us have ever known. Our assets, our larger family. Yes, we have the extended family. We visit and we are proud of them. Some are in Salaga. Some of my sisters married have taken them to Salaga. Some of my sisters are in Tamale. Ras Mubarak is my direct nephew. His mother is my direct sister. She's my father's fifth born. But she married, took her back to Tamale. Some of my siblings are in Germany. Some are in London, who are now British. Some are in America, who are now Americans. So I am born and bred in Kumasi, and I'm proud of that. And I see Kumasi as my hometown, and I will remain proud of being a Kumarican.
Boteman, that area where you live, you acquired your lease from government.
Yes.
So it was a state land that you rightfully bought.
Yes.
And you have a lease covering it between you and government of Ghana through acting through the Lands Commission.
Yes.
As your leaseor and you being a leasee.
Yes.
You also agree with me that you bought that land because that area was demarcated as a residential area.
Yes.
And that you bought it with equal right as any other person, be it a Ghanaian or a foreigner with the ability to pay.
Rightly so.
How would you feel if any Ghanaian suggests to you that by mere fact that that is a government land, you have taken advantage to acquire, that therefore you are corrupt?
Well, Mr. Chair, what I will say is that I know the whole of East Legon was for the state. There are private people living there, people who had worked in government before, and others. Airport Residential was all state land. people acquire them legitimately and are living there. I don't see anything wrong if it is done legitimately and rightly. And I've heard my colleague, the Attorney General, in answering question. If the Land Commission says they advertise, they say they are giving out this piece based on this procedure that is legitimate and you acquire, how can anybody say because of that you are corrupt? But obviously, as you may know, Chair, people have their own perceptions about things. I remember in 2013, when, in 2009-10, when the late Obutubilante bought the residence that he was in. And then people said morally it was wrong because, if you were a minister and you were given a home, how do you end up buying it? And it went up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said that it was legitimately done. So far as I'm concerned, if you buy something legitimately and others are saying that, because of this, let them challenge it in a lawful manner and let it be tested. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable nominee. What do you say to some of our compatriots who hold the view that property acquisition is a crime?
Well, everybody has his view about things. I mean, with a greater respect, you may like to take alcohol. I don't. Maybe because my religion forbids. You may like to take pork. My religion forbids me, and I accept and I don't take. You have chosen to have only one wife because your religion will not allow you to go more than one wife. My religion allows me to go up to 4, and I have 2. I mean, so everybody has his view about things. And once someone holds his view about things, and as you know, it's not challenged in a legal court to test that you are doing something illegal, I don't bother myself about that. And you know me in this house that many of you say that I have a thick skin because I don't really bother much about what you are thinking. I rather focus on what I believe is the right thing, and I try to do the best that I can and improve the Muntaka yesterday, the Muntaka of today to be better than the Muntaka of yesterday. That's my focus, but not what people go about saying. Thank you, Chair.
Back to your CV, page 1. Languages spoken and written. Hausa, Twi, Dagbani, and English. I know that some of your Dagomba friends taught you how to speak Dagbani. I don't know whether they taught you how to write Dagbani as well. Oh, I know.
No, Chair is right. I mean, we've had a lot of conversation, so he knows a lot more about me. Yes, I can say, Mr. Chair, permit me to amend this to cancel the unwritten. Because obviously, even the Hausa, I cannot write very well in Hausa. The only one that I can write very well is English. Even Twi, I can't write well. So it's an error or it's a mistake. So if permit me, I will amend it by just saying that language is spoken. Thank you.
Please, permission granted.
Honorable nominee, in Ghana, when a person says, my hometown, in the ordinary meaning of it, what would a person be referring to? To what would lead a person to say Winneba is his or her hometown?
Well, my understanding of hometown is where you are born or where your parents are born or where your parents hail from or your grandfather hailed from. So it's just too unfortunate that in our country, our belief is that make reference to only where your grandfather counts. But I think it's absolutely wrong, because if we are going to do that, then all of us will leave this country. We will all not be Ghanaians, because everybody came from somewhere, that moved to somewhere and somewhere and somewhere. So me, my hometown is Kumasi. That's where I was born and bred. That is where I have lived. I have siblings who do not even know Techima, not alone to get to Tamale. Yes, I'm a Southerner with a northern background, and I'm proud of it. I attended Tamale Secondary School. I get to know the families. I visited Kumbungu, where my grandfather hails from, and I'm happy to be at the Gumba. But I was born and bred in Kumasi, and I use Kumasi as my hometown, and I'm very proud of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Share with us a bit of your northern background.
Well, my grandfather, I'm told, my great-grandfather, I'm told, hailed from Kumbung. My grandfather was born around Kumbung, grew up in Kumbung, moved in trading through Salaga, and landed in Kumasi through the challenges that you know that is between the north and the south. So my grandfather died in Kumasi. His grave was buried in Kumasi. My father grew up in Kumasi, also died in Kumasi. My mother, born in Tamale and moved to Kumasi, I'm told, when she was just about 2 years, and has since been in Kumasi to today. I born and bred in Kumasi. My father has 41 of us. I'm number 14, and all of us born, I think with the exception of 2 that my father said they were born in Salaga. All the others, 39 of us, born and bred in Kumasi. And it is Kumasi that all of us have ever known. Our assets, our larger family. Yes, we have the extended family, we visit and we are proud of them. Some are in Salaga, some of my sisters married, have taken them to Salaga. Some of my sisters are in Tamale. Ras Mubarak is my direct nephew. His mother is my direct sister. She's my father's fifth born, but she married, took her back to Tamale. Some of my siblings are in Germany, some are in London, who are now British. Some are in America, who are now Americans. So I am born and bred in Kumasi, and I'm proud of that, and I see Kumasi as my hometown, and I will remain proud of being a Kumarican.
May I know from you, still being honest with us, do you know some of your party members in leadership of your party who have acquired government lands in Cantonment, Roman Ridge, Airport Residential Area? Do you know, perchance?
Mr. Chairman, frankly speaking, I don't go about asking people about their assets and listen, frankly speaking. So if I visit, say, the chair of the committee who, we've been in this house and worked together on so many things, and I say, oh, you have a nice house. How am I going to be asking, oh, how did you acquire this land?
That's
when
okay.
Did you start
I think no.
So I just don't know. I don't know. Frankly speaking, I don't.
That's okay. Fair answer. Somebody may not like you, but your sincerity would always precede you. And I put that out for public consumption with the little interaction I've had with you. Now, do you have some of your party members who live in the Roman Ridge area, Ridge, Cantonment, Airport Residential Area, since you visit them? Some of your party leaders, colleagues in Parliament, colleague NDC members outside of Parliament, do you have some of them living in these areas? I don't want you to mention names, but do you have some of them living in these areas?
Frankly speaking, Mr. Chair, I've been scanning my mind to see who did I know. The only person that I used to visit and play tennis with, he was then the minister, Honorable Mama Yaga, when he was around the Roman Ridge. And since we lost power, he left there. I don't know, but I knew that probably he was there because he was a government official or minister, because I could see then Honorable Kumbo was next to him. So we go and play tennis together and do a lot of things together. In Roman Reed in Cantonment,
let's deal Cantonment specifically, currently.
Frankly speaking, I'm scanning my mind to see whether I've visited any of my colleagues in these two areas. On my honor, no. I can't recollect now whether I've visited anybody in that area. Unless if you see me around any of this area with somebody, you can ask whether, when I visited, I asked him whether he owns the house or the land. Maybe
I've moved away from the ownership. Honorable Leader, I intend to be very brief.
Thank you.
But your question, you know, we are ordinarily entitled to follow-ups. So if you are brief, I will be brief.
Okay. I think that's a good, what do you call it, sign you've given me. I'll try to be very
And
brief.
as you may be aware, your vetting today comes under a special dispensation.
I have no doubt about that, and I'm grateful.
For the very security reasons, and it's in the public interest that we take you today for the sake of our country. And as my respected colleague Kennedy Japan and Napo normally say, this is about systems and policies, not NDC MPP. So we are doing this for the country and nothing MPP NDC. I'm just limiting it to
and we are grateful.
Critical issues.
Sincerely grateful.
How close are you with Honorable Harun Idrisu?
I would say very close.
Do you visit him in his house? Sometimes?
Yes. Around Bank Hospital. Yes.
That's Cantonment.
Yes, I've visited him before. Sorry. Yes. That's what I said. I was scanning my mind to see.
So
yes.
You know he lives at Cantonment?
Yes, I know.
Very well. That's okay. Now let's deal with the time you left the majority front bench. You recall that Mr. Speaker said this to you. I want to quote Mr. Speaker on the floor. He told you that when one door closes, many more are open. Do you recall this?
Yes, I do.
How good do you feel being an interior minister today, having this statement of Speaker on the floor of the House in mind, especially when those were your very low moments?
Well, let me admit, even apart from what he said on the floor, I'm grateful to Mr. Speaker because we met in his chamber and he repeated same and advised me, you are a member of the Pan-African Parliament, look well.
You know you are going to the mosque.
Yes. So when he said that in Pan-African Parliament, not long before I became the chair of the Committee on Monetary and Finance, and that has opened so many other opportunities to the extent that if you admit, most of the time, I'm not seen on the floor because I was so busy with that. So yes, once that door closed, so many others open, and I'm grateful for that.
Including
advice.
this one?
Yes.
Including this one?
Yes.
Okay. Were you expecting this? Yes, no.
Well, I'm the one I'm type who live by the day and put my trust in my maker.
This?
So I don't wake up expecting things. I just say the will of Allah be.
In 2020, you made your 6-year-old daughter vote, correct?
Yes.
Do you regret doing that openly?
No. I mean, my belief, Mr. Chair, was that this was, I mean, I'm very fan of Khadija. She insisted she wanted to be here today. I said no, she should go to school. Very fan of her. I mean, you have 200 children, but sometimes you'll be very fan of one. She said, Daddy, can I see how voting is done? So I said, oh, don't worry, when we get there, I will. So I pulled her by my side to vote. Yes, I must admit, the votes are supposed to be secret.
So in other words, you didn't consider the legality or otherwise of your action.
That's the thing.
You did it out of love and passion for
yes,
daughter.
knowing that her seeing it and even using her hand to do it doesn't really mean anything to her apart from just having the feel that, oh, I now know what they do.
I am letting you know that it was wrong in law.
Yes. Later, when it came up, I said, oh, yeah, it's true, because one is supposed to be secret.
You get the opportunity to apologize to Ghanaians?
I did.
Very well. Honorable Muntaka, in 2009, when you were a young person in government, you encountered some controversies, which controversies ended up as charge, and you were cleared. This committee will be happy.
When I get to the office of, you mentioned the office to which you've been appointed. I, holding the office of do in the name of the Almighty God swear that I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or shall come to my knowledge in the discharge of my official duties, except as may be required for the discharge of my official duties, or as may be specially permitted by law. So help me God. Congratulations.
May we now be seated. We will now proceed to the presentation of instruments of appointment to the ministers by the President. So you will come and receive the instrument of appointment in the order that I mentioned the names. First is Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy, and Religious Affairs. Honorable, you can resume your seat. Honorable Elizabeth Ofoswe-Jare, Minister for Trade, Agribusiness and Industry. Honorable Abla Jifa Gumashi, Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts. Honorable Emilia Arthur, Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture. And last but not least, Honorable George Opariado, Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. Thank you very much, Mr. President and Madam Vice President. Now, the newly minted ministers will proceed to sign the oath book in the same order as they receive the instruments of office. So, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim would set the ball rolling. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Honorable Elizabeth Ofosue-Jare will now proceed to sign the Book of Oaths. Honorable Abla Jifabumashi, Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, would sign the oath book. Honorable Emilia Arthur, Minister for Fisheries and Aquaculture, will now sign the oath book. Honorable George Opariado, Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment, takes his turn to sign the oath book. Thank you very much, Minister. The President of the Republic will now append his all-important signature to the oath book. It is now my singular pleasure to invite the President to make some remarks.
Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, staff of the Presidency, distinguished ministers designate, families and relatives, my brothers and sisters. We've gathered here today to continue with the objective of assembling Ghana's leanest and most efficient government under the Fourth Republic. It was a solemn pledge I made to the people of Ghana to do so, and there are both tangible and symbolic reasons for having such a lean and efficient government. First, significant savings running into millions of Ghana cedis can be made, and these funds can be channeled into meeting the felt needs of our citizens. At a symbolic level, it reassures the nation that their resources, which we hold in trust, are not meant for expenditure on the creature comforts of a legion of government officials. Rather, these resources must go into things that matter the most to our people. Putting together such a small team would naturally mean that very highly qualified and well-meaning people, both within and outside the NDC, will not see their dream of securing a position to serve their country in a ministerial capacity materialize at this moment. The exigencies of the time dictate that we change course and gravitate towards an era where emphasis is placed on efficiency and prudent management of our resources. So to the many highly qualified members of the NDC who fought hard to ensure our return into office and who would relish an opportunity to put their talent and skills at the disposal of the country, know that there are many other ways to make your presence and expertise beneficial to this nation. There still remain quite a number of positions outside of ministerial roles, and in due course, you may be called to serve in these capacities. We also seek to construct a nation in which the best and the brightest are encouraged to serve their nation, even if they are not overtly partisan. Let me at this stage congratulate the 5 ministers whom we have just sworn in today. There's no greater honor than to be called to serve your country. But with that honor comes great responsibility, especially in circumstances such as ours, where our nation is in dire straits with a rundown economy characterized by choking debt and all manner of sectoral problems. I'm sure you ministers designate, you ministers, you're now ministers, sorry. I'm sure you ministers have received tons of congratulations and celebration from your well-wishers and family for your nomination. But that must quickly give way to immediate commencement of work to address the needs of our people who have justifiably demanded quick action after enduring particularly bad governance over the last 8 years. All of you have enormous challenges to surmount in your respective sectors. It is precisely because of the scale of the problems that I chose you from among the many qualified people to serve as ministers in this government. It will not be business as usual. I have absolute confidence in your ability to get the job done and achieve measurable results that will turn the situation around and free Ghanaians from the clutches of poverty and suffering into which they've been landed. As I had cause to caution your colleagues who were sworn in barely 3 days ago, there will be no place for disrespect of the very people who elected us to serve. Their needs and suffering are real, and these realities are not to be denied by you. Your duty is to acknowledge the problems and challenges and work to overcome them. In constructing this government, I've taken heed of the need for balance and fairness. Every region is represented in government so far. As of the beginning of this week, we had attained 27% women participation in government, with 20 out of the 75 appointees to ministries, agencies, the presidency, and committees being women. This is only 3 percentage points short of the 30% we promised during our election campaign, and which has been passed into law under the Affirmative Action Act. Of course, I recognize the need for more to be done to ensure that as many women as possible find a place in government. And I commit to ensuring that this reflects in the remaining appointments that we're going to make. To you, the ministers we've sworn in today, you'll be leading sectors that, like everything else in our country, have been in distress for 8 years. To Madame Emilia Arthur, the fisher folk of Keta, Miamia, Mori, and Jamestown, and Elmina, and all the way to Axim, look forward to receiving premix promptly and having access to fishing inputs on a more equitable and sustainable basis. It will be your duty to meet these needs and develop the framework for tapping into the blue economy. To the Tourism Minister, Honorable Jifar Gomashi, you were a famed player in the creative arts before venturing into politics. Your colleagues are looking up to you to build the tourism space and also lift up the creative industry. You will have to curate the Black Star experience as contained in our manifesto and build on the gains that were made by previous efforts of your predecessor ministers. To Honorable Ibrahim Ahmed, not only will you grapple with the complex challenges of managing the local government system, you've been added responsibility to oversee government's relations with the chieftaincy and religious establishments. And as you notice, the function of sanitation has come back under your ministry. We expect you to put in a system that will ensure that we have clean cities and towns in our country. To Mr. Opariado, or Pablo, as you are affectionately known, you established a vast green army, which you ably commanded and led it to mobilize the youth of Ghana behind the cause of the NDC. It is now time to replicate that unique organizational ability of yours at the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment to deliver the goods for the millions of Ghanaian youth who aspire to living dignified lives and securing jobs. Your ministry is one in which I take a personal interest, and you will have my fullest support 24/7 to succeed in this ministry. At the Trade and Agribusiness and Industry Ministry, Honorable Ofosu Ajari will be expected to leverage available resources to ensure the growth of the sector. You have had ministerial experience, and I'm sure that you do well in this sector. You've been chosen for these tasks because I have trust in your ability to deliver. As you are aware, agribusiness is one of the focal objectives of our administration. It was added to your portfolio because of the synergy we want to create with industry and trade. But you must work closely with the Minister of Agriculture to achieve the task that we have set ourselves of creating a new crop of agripreneurs or agribusiness people who will create jobs and open opportunities for our young people. I must remind you that we have an expectant population that is wary of vacuous election promises, and our work is definitely cut out for us to achieve the expectations of our people. Let me once again congratulate you for ascending to this high office. And finally, bear in mind that you serve at the pleasure of the Ghanaian people, who have now signaled zero tolerance for poor governance. All eyes will be on you, and I have every belief that you will rise to the occasion. May God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make our nation great and strong. Thank you.
And after that rousing speech, we will move right away into a photo session. Now, this is how the photo session will be conducted. Each minister will have the opportunity to take a personal photograph with the president, after which, and the vice president, I must add. Yes. Okay. After which, the minister will be joined by other senior government officials present for another photo session. And then the government officials will take leave to be replaced by the family of the said minister. But before we get to that, let me exercise a discretion that I have not been given to nominate the Minister for Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs to respond to the President's admonition on behalf of his colleagues.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, who is always described as Ghana's first, the first female Vice Chancellor, and the first female Vice President of the Republic. Our distinguished Chief of Staff, senior government officials, my colleagues, ministers, distinguished brothers and sisters, brothers and friends from the media, let me seize this opportunity to, on behalf of my colleague ministers, thank the Almighty God for protecting and giving His Excellency the President to a lovely country like Ghana. To proceed and thank His Excellency for nominating my colleagues and my good self to serve in the various portfolios as has just been mentioned. Your Excellency, we know you. We've been with you. Our loyalty is to you. Our allegiance is to you. Everything that we are going to do as Minister responsible for religious affairs, let me seize this opportunity to select a quote from the Bible, Colossians chapter 3, verse 23. And it says, in whatever you do, do it as if you are working for God and not for man. And I know, Your Excellency, that is your guiding principles. And that is a good reason that the people of Ghana have brought you back to lead us out of these complexities and challenges in which we find ourselves. Our pledge is that the 24-hour economy will start with us. Whenever you need us, whenever the stakes are high, just as we can count on you, you can count on me and my sisters. So, colleagues, ministers, join me to thank His Excellency for the honor done unto us. We know it has not been easy to select 60 out of 6.7 million people. And you know, our opponents are even saying that you cannot use 60 ministers to rule Ghana. And this statement was made by the minority leader yesterday on the floor of Parliament. But Your Excellency knows what he's about to do, and we believe in him. So this is the challenge that has been thrown to all of us, that we should apologize to Ghanaians and increase the numbers. But we know His Excellency has a plan and has a vision, which we are going to deliver. I thank you for this opportunity, for nominating me to speak on behalf of my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim. At this moment, the photo session will begin. Now, the place for the photo session will be right in front of the chairs of His Excellency the President and Vice President. So, Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, set the ball rolling by joining the President and the Vice President for a photo opportunity. May I urge the senior government officials to join the President and the Vice President and Honorable Ahmed.
So you just witnessed the swearing-in ceremony of 5 of President John Dramani Mahama's ministerial nominees to fill various portfolios. We have the Minister for Trade, Industry and Agribusiness, the Honorable Elizabeth Ofosu-Ejari. We also have George Opariado, who is going to the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. You also have the Honorable Jafar Abla-Gomashi, who is heading to the Tourism Ministry. And then there is the Honorable Ahmed Ibrahim, who just spoke on behalf of his colleague. He is going to the Ministry of Local Government, Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. And then the last person was the Honorable Emilia Arthur, who is going to the Ministry of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development. Now, we do know that there are some 6 more appointees who have been approved by Parliament, but are yet to be sworn in by the President. And then we also understand that the vetting committee is going to resume its vetting on Tuesday, the 28th of January 2025. So we will be here to give you all the updates as and when it unfolds. But currently, the appointees or the newly sworn in ministers are having their photo up with the President, after which the ceremony will be drawn to a close. And so this is our coverage for you here at Channel 1 Television. We'll be here to bring you every update as and when we do have them. But for now, that is the events that we have. My name is Adjoatin Kramadome. We're grateful for your company. Keep watching Channel 1 TV.
Hello, welcome to Footprint. My name is Samuel Atamensa, and we are on to another wonderful episode of Footprint. The stories have been told in parts, but there are some personalities that are able to put all together in one stream. We are here to talk to one of such wonderful men. Just stay tuned. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking to another general. Welcome once again. Welcome back. It's still Footprint, and now you know who we are talking about. He is Air Marshal Napoleon Ashley Larson. Air Marshal Napoleon Ashley Larson. Does the name ring a bell? If maybe you're too young, but just Google it and you'll find something interesting. Okay, all right. Sir, good to have you here.
Thank you very much.
And you just turned how many years again?
I just turned 89 years of age.
89 years? You look very good for 89, I must say.
Well, I always try to keep fit. You never know when another revolution will come in.
That's a good one. That's a good one. And you know, while we invited him, we thought that we would bring someone I consider a veteran on this program. Wing Commander Sogojo. You know, Wing Commander Sogojo has had his turn on this. But for a reason that you will get to understand later, we thought that he would be a good pairing to Air Marshal Ashley Larson. So, Wing Commander, I salute.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us, making time for to be part of this. So we're just going into the story of Air Marshal Ashley Larson. At some point, he was the CDS, is that correct?